and most importantly, our audience to the third edition of TV First, our television advertising conference. Grateful for all of you to join us. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I shall be your host for the day. Exchange for Media Group is excited to present the third edition of the TV First, and our theme for today's conference is TV for Brands, Most Trusted, Most Effective. Television takes the advertising pie and continues to be the first choice for some of the largest brands in the country. TV First is a perfect platform to connect with brand professionals and decision makers from creative media and digital agencies. The day-long conference consists of engaging keynotes, panel and interesting presentations by leading brand CMOs of the country. According to the latest TAM AdX advertising report for January to March 2021, the advertising volume on television has grown by 30% compared to the same period of the last year. The report noted that in the span of the previous 6 months, television ad volumes peaked in March 2021. Well, we'll be discussing about that in this engaging session paneled by some of the most esteemed and influential members of the brands and advertising world. Well, our official hashtag for the event is hashtag TV First as one word. So keep hashtagging on social media on this. Well, let us take a minute to thank our co-powered by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Let us quickly have a look at our partner AB.
न पाबंदी हो न कोई हद हो तो बस खुद बनाई सरहद हो। ये मुहिम है पर्दों में छिपे हर सच की तलाश की, सियासत पर रखी पैनी नजर और आंख की, खबरों की दुनिया में एक जिम्मेदार आवाज की, जुर्म और जुल्म के खिलाफ हर बेबस के लिए इंसाफ की। जब कोई हद नहीं इंसानियत के लिए जज्बात की, जब कोई हद नहीं खुशियों और ख्वाब की, तब कोई हद क्यों हो नए नजरिए और बदलाव की। तोड़ के हदों के ताले नए सपनों को पाले, बांधे सबको एक धागे, आपको रखे आगे एबीपी न्यूज़।
Well, thank you so much to ABP News. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, I would now like to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World, to say a few words. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Bhavna, you set the context. We have two stalwarts from the business and brands domain who are here, so I'd rather utilize the presence of them. Let me welcome Mr. Bharat Puri, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of Pidilite Industries. Most consumers know Pidilite for Fevicol and many other brands, and he was just telling me that he spent 17 years at Asian Paints, 17 years at Cadbury's, and at least, hopefully, 17 years at Asian Paints at Pidilite. So one of the constant in Mr. Puri's life has been a gentleman called Mr. Piyush Pandey. Again, Mr. Pandey doesn't really need an introduction, but he's the executive chairman of Ogilvy in India, and if I have to use adjective about him, he's the most influential ad man that the last 3 decades have seen in the country, and he continues to be relevant and help businesses build brands. So let me dive right into the conversation by inviting both of them for a conversation. They worked with each other for last almost 29 plus years, 30 years. Next year, it'll be 30 years of their association. We may have to do an event around that. And television has been around for at least 3 decades. The brands that have been built in India have been built on the back of television. And the last 13 months have made sure people spend more time on their homes, and hence television viewing has gone up. The amount of time we're spending on television has gone up. Overall, the time we're spending on screens is going up. We could have called this conference first. So let me start by asking Mr. Piyush Pandey first, and then Mr. Puri, by first asking them how have been the last 13 months for them personally and professionally. Mr. Pandey?
Yeah, thank you, Anurag. I think there are periods in life when you learn a lot, and those are the times when your past learnings also come into play. There have been testing times where you were not with your people in a communications company. The physical interaction with people is very critical, but I think we managed quite nicely. I was not a Zoom guy, but now I think I'm living in Zoomri Talaya. Half the time in the zone on the Zoom and little time in the pool. That must be Zoomri Talaya. So I think we find ways and means, and learning from technology and interacting with each other. These are testing times. These are tough times. We shot a lot of stuff in ways which we had not used earlier. And the industry must have done the same thing. But yes, where there's a will, there's a way. And that's what has come into play. And I think by and large, we have lived up to the challenge and been around and getting at it. So I would say yes, lots of learning.
Jumri Talaya is clearly creating communication for clients and businesses that make sure that in this period of pandemic, they feel connected and they're, utilizing the brands and the relationship that the consumers and brands have continue to get refreshed. Let me bring in Mr. Bharat Puri into the conversation. Mr. Puri, how have been the last 13 plus months for you, both personally and professionally?
See, again, carrying on from where Piyush left off, I think, one of the normally a very misused word is unprecedented. But I think the last 13 months we can use unprecedented and, very justifiably so. And from a professional and personal level, in any adversity, there are going to be, what I call the gifts of the adversity, the gifts of COVID and the pains of COVID. And both professionally and personally, you've had both. I mean, if, let me always start with the negative first, the pains, a person like me, I really, actually thrive by walking the floor, walking the market, being out with my people. If you ask me, what's the single biggest pain of COVID? It is the lack of what I call, social capital, the ability to congregate around the coffee machine, the water cooler, walk the market, put your arm around guys, say, kya chal raha hai, walk our campus at Pidilite. I think that, outside all of the regular stuff, which is, people's safety, people's security, the second wave has actually been far, far more painful than last year. So if you ask me, I thought 12 months we've got through well. This 13th month has been really painful because a lot of colleagues, their families, and, we're all part of an extended family. Just managing this situation and still holding out hope to people, still trying to tell people that, listen, this too shall pass, has been trying. But equally, there have been the gifts, while Piyush has sat in Jumri Talaya, if you asked me a year back that I'm going to be such a Teams man, Microsoft Teams was something which I signed the invoices when my IT teams told me. Now it's like, part of my life, morning, evening, and night. The way I think all of us have become digitally native, digitally empowered, the way we've actually still managed to do business sitting at home, I think it just tells us about, if I was to say at Pidilite, and for me personally, the two words of the last 13 months are A, adaptability, and B, resilience. You keep adapting and hopefully, you keep being resilient and saying, ye bhi khatam hoga, and it will. I think that in a sense characterizes the last 12 months. Well.
I remember about 10 years back, I was having a conversation with Piyush and we're talking about market research. Piyush, of course, took a dig at everybody who does market research and said, कि market में जाके बात क्या करो consumer से, उससे पता लगता है, observe करने से पता लगता है, research करने से थोड़ा पता लगता है. So, coming back to our agenda of television first, you two have worked for the last 30 years. Now, you started working on, luckily you worked on iconic brands, and as you were telling me when Piyush won his first big award, he said one of the constant among all his campaigns were the three brands that you've been part of, Bharat, and the one person that was part of all those campaigns which became iconic and memorable, and we those ring in our minds and we remember them were from Asian Paints, from Cadbury's, and from Fevicol. So tell me, Piyush, when we talk of television first, we've spent much more time in our homes. Now, has the role of communication changed? I know, of course, the role of communication is to build brands, to make sure people purchase the brand. But in how has communication on television changed in the last few months? Especially people spending so much time on their mobile phones and gadgets and the screen time going up. How has communication changed?
See, communication has changed only in the areas where you had to be sensitive to what people are going through. At the same time, when you're selling something, communication has not changed. Communication will never change. It will always be about engaging people. It will always be about building relationships with the consumer. So communication has changed. I mean, I'll take one example. The one with not just a Cadbury's ad. Now, that was in keeping with the circumstances, with the small businesses feeling the pressure more than the larger ones. And there was Cadbury's actually using shops which were not selling Cadbury's and promoting them on the Cadbury's ad. So lots of people have done some good stuff out there. So taking into account the circumstances, any communication tries to take into account the circumstances. So that way it has changed. Otherwise,
So the shoots, I was told by, I was talking to Baman Irani last April about how he said, I'm shooting the ad sitting at my home. So clearly the budgets for advertising films must have come down because clearly, have they come down? It has impacted the budgets. I'm sure it's not impacted the creativity.
All depends. When you're shooting stuff like that, if your cost is lesser, then the budget became that. If you didn't have to spend time on setting up a studio and getting big time characters, you had to shoot real people from home, those budgets were lower. But during the time when it opened up, the big budget films also came in. It's all horses for courses. If it doesn't cost you that much, then you don't charge that much. When it want to cost you a lot, then it costs that much. So, I mean, the most amazing stuff which was done very early in COVID times was the one done with Amitabh Bachchan, Mera Kala Chashma, which used every big star from around the country. And they were shooting in their homes. So when you're under pressure, you find ways. As Bharat said earlier, in adversity lies opportunity. And that's where you learn. So that's where, not that that film costed a huge amount of money, but it was a magical thing to do, using so many stars and shooting from their sons were shooting them. The director was sending them stuff. So all depends to the basic point you asked me about budgets. Budgets will depend on the script. Script will depend on the process of execution.
Absolutely. And again, IPL is happening, and during IPL, lots of new commercials break, rightly so, because the audiences are hooked on to cricket. And, again, there is a debate about whether IPL should happen or not happen. And there are two arguments. One is, in this time of trouble, it's a happy escape. It lightens your load, and life has to anyway go on. So what's your viewpoint on that, Piyush?
My point of view is very clear that definitely IPL must happen, because that's great entertainment for people in their homes, keeps them home. And from what I've seen, what I've read, what I've gathered from my friends, is that the protocol of conducting the game is wonderfully done. So the ones who are entertaining you are safe, you're home and you are safe. So I think unless something drastic happens in life, and God willing it will not, it should go on.
Absolutely. Now let me focus on the relationship both of you have. You worked for the last 29 plus years. What has changed? The relationship has stayed constant. You continue to build big brands, and you continue to do TV commercials and communication that became more than just ads. That became, landmark piece of content that enthralled the hearts of consumers. So tell us what has changed about your relationship. How's the relationship evolved?
Relationship is a relationship of trust earned through your deeds with each other, with your behavior with each other, with mutual respect. And that's the way I met Bharat Puri for the first time. And that's grown and grown, and we became friends very quickly. And the relationship is now can be defined as a bond. Literally so, but it was a bond always. And if something has changed, it's the weight of the relationship has changed because both of us has put some weight. Otherwise, nothing has changed at the heart level. Will never change.
Bharat, let me ask you, give us some, I mean, we can go technical about TV advertising. I don't want to. Give us some fun moments, some one or two anecdotes of creating the communication that you created with Piyush, because really brands are the most important part of what you do. So give us one or two anecdotes about Piyush. And, when you both were working
let me first tell you, how did Piyush and me actually start working together? It's quite a story. Here I was, young marketing, product manager at Asian Paints, making my first campaign. And, the agency came, presented. We really liked the idea. The idea was celebrate with Asian Paints, which went on later for many years. Now, those days, advertising was very South Bombay oriented. So I told the fellows, yaar, ye sab theek hai, but, from now, Asian Paints, we're going to advertise in Hindi. So I want to see this in Hindi. And believe me, the translation of celebrate with Asian Paints was Asian Paints ke saath jashan manao. For anybody, Anurag, like you and me, who's grown up in the Hindi heartland, I said, Bhaiya, aap logon ko, you have no idea of Hindi. I want somebody who has spoken Hindi at home and who's grown up with. Now they all looked very puzzled and said, no, we've got good I said, no, I don't want translate. I want somebody who's grown up. Then they said, we have got our copy chief. We'll send him. And that's how Piyush came. And the moment he saw this and I told him the story, he said, Arey yaar, ye kya kar rahe hain? In rapping, I still remember the line. He says, aa gaya. So I said, kya line hai? He said, har khushi mein rang laaye Asian Paints. That went on, Anurag, then for pretty much, I think about 15 years or so. Now that's the power of a great line. And that's how we got together. And then I gently told the agency, कि भाई अब ये मेरा creative partner तो यही होगा. अब आप लोग अपना internal system मान लो. So that's how we started working together. And there are so many instances. I must tell you, there was a World Cup when, see, the Piyush Pandey के साथ दो problem है. एक तो he wakes up very early. तो
आज भी ना 8:45 बजे मेरी मदर की तबीयत ठीक नहीं तो मैं जल्दी उठा हुआ था और मैं फोन साइलेंट पे रखता हूँ. मैं देखा 8:45 पे कॉल. मैं अपने पिताजी से बात कर रहा था. मैंने जैसे ही खत्म किया मैंने इनको फोन किया तो पांडे जी का सवेरे आ जाता है. अच्छी बात है. तो
नहीं और अभी तो $9 is late by his standard. Normally इसका 7, in the days of landlines, वो 7 बजे the landline will ring and you will groggily go to the landline and he'll say, partner, idea सुनो. And then he will सुना you the idea. And I still remember there was this whole Mera Wala cream, Mera Wala blue, Mera Wala pink campaign in Asian Paints. And he said, I've got a great idea, but uska jo set hai, wo agle 5 din ke liye hi hai. I said, kya hai? And this ad was set in Pushkar, where, a person likes the turban of somebody and says, Mera Wala blue. And he said, but the problem hai ki 5 din mein sab karna hai. And, the fascinating thing was it was approved on the phone by lunchtime. The estimates had been signed and in 5 days, the ad was made in Pushkar and it was played. So that's, these, I mean, I can, with Piyush and me, I can give you many stories.
आपने बोला 2 प्रॉब्लम है. आपने एक बताया तो जल्दी.
हाँ, एक मैं आपको बता. एक ये प्रॉब्लम है कि he wakes up very early. दूसरा ये है कि when he gets excited by an idea, it doesn't matter where you are or this thing, he will trace you down and say कि भाई अभी ही करना है. So I still remember I was once abroad on something and, in the World Cup, cricket was going on. And we had this beautiful thing where on our hoardings, we would put up all the jerseys. And as teams would lose, unka jersey would go away and, and it would become Mera Wala blue, Mera Wala this. And then we lost to Sri Lanka. Over this thing, over the phone, I don't know which location I was in. He said, aisa hai partner. I said, Piyush, if you are convinced, I'm convinced, let's go. And I think, again, at some late hour, the ad was approved and next day it was on. So Issue
The-
one, he
and-
wakes up
and-
early. Issue two is when he is consumed by something, until it is set to rest, he is not going to rest.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Yeah, this Mirawala Blue story is a great story for young marketers. Is what trust means. It was a print ad, Bharat.
Yes.
Almost a half a page on Times of India, which was not cheap. And I told Bharat what the idea is. Bharat saw the ad in the newspaper the next morning. He had not seen the ad. I had only told him over the phone and said, that sounds good. Go ahead. That's trust. And we have to trust each other. We have to put our necks on the line. And only then magic happens. And that answers your question, Anurag, as to how some good work happened across brands over the years when we were working together. Is purely a question of, if you have trust, when you place trust in a person that you believe in, believe me, that person works 10 times harder. When you give a to-be list, it's very easy to comply and deliver. When somebody says, I will go with you, it's not that I work any less, I work 10 times harder because somebody has said, I believe in you. So that's the learning which will come handy to the young people on this webinar. Once, and I'm not saying the trust comes on day one. We succeed together, we demonstrate faith in each other, and that builds and builds, and then you can play shots that you never thought you were capable of playing.
Absolutely. Bharat, would you like to add to this?
Yes, and Anurag, in all of this, I think the key, all of us are into, we must have the right inspirational brand positioning, and you must have a tight creative brief. But finally, all advertising is created by a team which has a common purpose and a common passion. And 2 out of 10 times, you will also get it wrong. The thing is to hold hands, take it on the chin, and move on. But the 8 out of 10 times that you get it right, more than make up for all of that, 10 times over. And the wonderful thing over time is when it becomes one team, I mean, it's fascinating. And now in our team, there is also, Piyush's brother Prasoon, who's the filmmaker. And a lot of times between the two of them, they will reject ideas before they even come to you. So, the fascinating thing is there is a marketing cum creative agency first working in the agency before it comes to the client. I mean, can you imagine the multiplier it gives you? And it's like, for example, you see this famous Fevicol sofa, which got talked about so much last year. It became probably the most shared ad of last year. The fascinating thing was, first, Prasoon was thinking, ye thodi lambi hai, ye to radio ke liye achhi hai. And we said, the idea is so powerful, no, we have to make it as a film. And आज के digital world में, Anurag, everybody says people have low attention spans. You can't make more than 20 seconds. At this 90-second ad was one of the most shared. I mean, it's fascinating. I've been to so many forums, and the moment I ask people how many have seen the ad, all the hands go up, and everybody has seen it because somebody shared it with them. And that's the power of great communication. So I think, the usual words of trust, respect for each other's opinion, and most importantly, being able to take the success and the failure together, holding hands without any finger pointing, is the basic bedrock of a strong relationship.
Very good. Clearly, of course, as you rightly said right up front, it comes through behavior, it comes through experienced behavior, it comes through what you achieve together. And clearly, Piyush dons the role of a brand custodian, if I may use that word, as much as the company. Piyush, let me ask you, the last 30 days, especially last 3 weeks, have been very tough for all of us. Somebody in our office is facing a loss, somebody in our neighborhood is facing a loss. What happens around us impacts us. What keeps you going in these tough times?
Yeah, I think the only thing that keeps you going is that it's almost like there is. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
When there is trouble around you, when there's tragedy around you, when there's difficulty around you, the thing for you to do is to keep your chin up and reach out to those in trouble, see how you can help. Sometimes your help may not be physical, but you help talking to people. Can you just express to that person that I am there with you? Be strong, keep hanging on. So what keeps you going is that that person is down. So what can I do to chip in for him? And that's what's kept me on. So I've not that I ever had a problem with that. You have to write a poster. I'll write the poster for you. They say, but you will write a poster. I say, I love writing posters. That's not a problem. So we chip in for each other. It's particularly in difficult times, somebody must be God willing is fit, but his mother is down, and you got to be sensitive to that. So that's where a good team helps, when you know the value of a huddle, when you know the value of little bits and pieces that you do for each other. So being the captain of the team, I can't be down and out. As long as my body is not giving me trouble, I have no pain. If I am an early riser of 6 o'clock, there's no harm, there's no damage if I wake up at 4 o'clock. And there's no damage if you sleep at 1:30. So keep at it. And it's not just me. My team has given me that kind of a feeling. Each one is doing so much that you cannot say that you can't be a part of the effort. So that's what keeps me going. And
Absolutely.
It's about keeps me going because this battle is ahead of us, and we got to keep fighting on.
Absolutely.
And like you said, yes, we will cross the barrier someday. Till then, hang in there.
I agree. There's small acts of kindness, just being able to make time, just being sensitive. And as you rightly said, if you're the captain of the ship, as long as you're physically able to do it, you'll be able to be there to guide others, just to hear them out, to share their load if need be, and accept them as the way they are in this tough situation. Everyone deals with it in a unique way. So accepting them in their uniqueness possibly is a great way of being. Bharat, again, yours is a very large organization, and especially the salespeople. They're too used to going out, going to the stores. So overall, I know construction activity is down and so on and so forth. But how are you keeping the morale of your teams up? And what is your message of hope for people who are, it's impacting our minds, it's impacting us because it's impacting people around us. What do we do in these tough times?
I think basically you do three things, Anurag. Starting first and foremost is you put all measures in place to put safety and security of people first. So in my factories that are working, we are doing weekly testing of everybody, irrespective of symptoms, simply because we want to keep the environment safe. Across all, the simple message to all managers in the company is, your team is your responsibility. We will only ask them to do what we are willing to do ourselves. And this is the time we all have to hold hands. We have a COVID helpline, which is 24/7 in the company. Anybody or his family has any COVID-related problems, they call the helpline. We will try our best. It's not that all the times we succeed. Somebody wants a hospital bed. Somebody is struggling for oxygen. A lot of times there are doctors on call. We have a full doctor on call service. People must feel that right now that they have an extended family, and that extended family is the Pidilite family. The second thing is, along with safety and security, the business continuity. How do you ensure business continuity? Therefore, reaching out to customers, reaching out to your influencers. I mean, simple thing we did with our carpenters, we realized that as their incomes are going down, the carpenter, the waterproofer, we actually did a deal with Paytm and converted all of their loyalty points into money and said, guys, you're not going to earn money here. You just go and withdraw and, keep your houses going. I mean, this is what a responsible company must do. In and around all of our factories, we went to the district administrations and said, whatever you need, money for getting oxygen in place, you need money for vaccinations, you need money for sanitize. We are there as right now in this area, we want to be part of the community. So there's the safety and security piece. There is the business continuity piece. And then it is also planning for the future. I mean, as you know, as a corporate, I have to also keep saying that, listen, how is this situation going to change? Therefore, how do I have to equip myself? So there will be winners and losers in any situation. How do me and my team be part of the winners rather than, be fellows who watched it all happen? And then there are a whole set of measures around that. So it's a trying time, but as you say, if you're holding hands and saying that, listen, this is happening to all of us, some are more fortunate than the others, have gratitude in whatever you're doing and hold hands and, we'll cross this storm together.
Absolutely. I have both of you, and I don't want to let you go so soon, but I'll have to. So let me ask you my last question to both of you. As you see communication and with digital becoming bigger and bigger, and not necessarily it's at the cost of television time, because we all have spent so much time on television, and at the end of the day, we are consuming the television on our devices. I watch a certain show on every Sunday evening, and since I was at my parents' home on Sunday evening, I watched that show on a handheld device. So I don't know what is television and what is internet. The lines are kind of blurring, and so I want to ask a prediction from both of you for communication and people who are creating communication and who are building brands, seeing into the next 12 to 15 months. I'm not asking like a long term. What are your top 2-3 predictions? First, Piyush Pandey, and then Bharat.
Yeah. See, there's one thing very clear in my mind, that Anurag Gupta, when he's at home, needs good entertainment. When Anurag Batra is out in his car, he needs good entertainment. He is not gone out of the house to say, on my mobile, I accept any bullshit. So, digital is a part of our life, but being on that medium is not good enough. Being great with a medium so that I can engage and entertain Anurag while he's not in his house, not in front of his TV. I should be able to make an equal impact on him. So this rush to I'm on digital is not good enough. Am I great on digital is perhaps the business will realize, you'll see better advertising on digital. Today, the best advertising on digital is only making your TV ads available on digital. No, you have to create for digital. You have to delight people through digital. You have to make a brand impact through digital. So yes, digital is here to stay. But unlike other places, TV is going to be here much, much longer, if not for a very, very long time. Digital will coexist. There'll be same people who will be watching both. So just make sure that you do not fall short just because the device in his hand is slightly smaller. The heart is equally big while receiving.
Beautifully put. Bharat, your final words.
See, I have just two things to say. The essence of all good great communication will never change. All good, great communication rewards the viewer or the reader, as the case may be, for their time, and does it in a context. That context is a constantly changing context, and all of us know that. And really, therefore, you were asking about IPL. It's wonderful that the IPL is on, but it's sad to see, bluntly put, quality of a lot of the advertising on IPL. It's, seems to be all made very hurriedly and consume, the time as quickly because it's a limited time frame. And you remember Dhoni and you remember Ranveer Singh, but I don't remember many of the ads. And really, therefore, my message first is nothing takes away from great content and great thinking. Pehle gana suno, phir lyrics padho. People are reading the lyrics and saying all my lines are there, the ad is made. It can't be. The Gana has to make sense. The second thing is digital is a reality. What the last 12, 13 months has done is it has given digital a 5-year leap in 1 year. And therefore, in my view of thinking, finally, as a marketer, my job is to communicate and change behavior of consumers. Wherever that consumer may be, the device is going to get smaller. I don't believe the attention span or the ability to entertain is going to change. But wherever the consumer is in the environment she is in, we will have to make sure that we reward her for her time. And if you do, she will share it, she will, celebrate it, and she will buy your product.
Thank you so much, Bharat. We could go on. I'm enjoying talking to you, but we have to move on. So thank you for making time. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for saying what you said, and saying it with so much conviction. And again, I want to say to all the viewers and people tuned in that these are two individuals who, over the last 3 decades, have continued to stay relevant. And even as we speak to them, they lead large organizations. They have a huge imprint. So what they are saying is reality. Please embrace it. I'm sure you learned something that either reinforced what you knew or at least brought a new perspective to that. So my gratitude to Piyush Pandey and Bharat Puri. Thank you so much. And next year you will complete 30 years. We must do something around it.
Actually, what has got it wrong, it's 36 years.
36, but 36 साल से काम कर रहे हैं.
हाँ जी, actually we started 35 साल से, yes.
हाँ, 35 साल से काम कर रहे हैं. क्या बात है. So I stand corrected. For some reason, from my knowledge, I thought it was 29 years, but I stand corrected. It's 36 years. Clearly, they are counting
because
years.
it took younger.
See, that is also, Anurag, because both of us started working at the age of 14. In case people are wondering, itne boode to nahi lagte.
When I grow up, I definitely want to be like one of you. By the end of the day, I'll figure out who I want to be like when I grow up, but maybe a bit of both of you. But thank you. My sincere gratitude. God bless you. Stay safe and continue to lead people and inspire people as you are. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bhavna.
Anurag, and to you, Anurag, and all your webinar attendees, please stay safe. God bless you all.
Thank you so much.
Stay well and stay strong. And thank you so much, Anurag.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Puri. Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for joining us today and being a part of this great summit. Thank you once again. But ladies and gentlemen, it is all happening right now. I hope you all are tweeting on our official hashtag, which is hashtag TV First. And now we're going to be moving on to our first panel discussion. Well, it is time for a very intriguing panel discussion joined by top marketers of most esteemed brands, and they will be discussing about how TV works in multi-screen world. Well, let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome on the stage and screen, first up, Mr. Ajay Dang, Joint Executive President, Head Marketing, Ultratech Cement, Mr. Anil Vishwanathan, Senior Director, Marketing Chocolates, Insights and Analytics, Mondelez India. Mr. Deva Ghoshal, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Voltas Limited. Ms. Sujata V. Kumar, Head of Marketing for India and South Asia Visa. Mr. Sriram Padmanabhan, Marketing Director at Danone India. Ms. Anusha Gupta, Senior Global Marketing Manager at HUL. And this session will be chaired by Ms. Vanitha Keshwani, CEO, Madison Media Sigma, Madison World. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of this panel discussion, we're going to be joined by Mr. Sunil Lulla, CEO, Bark India, who's going to be talking on how TV is the screen of the household. But right now, let's delve into this very interesting topic. Thank you all once again for joining us. I can see such great smiles, and we hope that the energy is getting passed to all the ones who are viewing us live. With this, I'd now like to pass on the live bulletin to our session chair, Vanitha Keshwani, to take it forward.
Thank you, Bhavna. Can everyone hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thanks, Deva. So welcome each one of you. Let's today have like a good discussion around this whole piece on TV and multimedia screen. So I'd like to start with putting a context of how, the typical traditional linear ADA model was all along, that we awareness, intent, desire, and all of that, versus is it really so linear? And hence, how do we see the role of TV versus any other medium, not just digital, all the other mediums put together through the funnel planning? And hence, and that's exactly the multi-screen world we're talking about. So in the multi-screen world, how do we see the whole, model of the consumer behavior Is it linear, or how has it changed, and hence how does how do you really look at it? This will just give us a starting point for just telling each of your. I think each of the panelists can go one by one. I don't need to invite anyone. You can just go on. Whoever wants to go first, please.
Yeah, I'll take that first. I think this TV has shifted from a TV to a connected TV. I think CTV is what we are looking at right now. So there's a combination of multiple devices which you're talking about. And you're absolutely right, when you need to cut across all these devices to be engaged with the viewer. So I think from CRTs, which we used to have once upon a time, being in the industry for a long time, almost 20, 25 years in electronics and durables, though the TV industry has not shrunk, it's just changed its devices, right? And that proves the point that people would like to watch TV and would like to watch content on TV. But the devices have multiplied over a period of time. So that's more important to be connected across all those devices when you create your story and to create a messaging. So that's something we need to remember, that TV will not go anywhere. There will be connected TVs, there will be smart TVs, and there will be multiple devices, there will be boxes, there will be sticks, there will be many other things around you. And you need to integrate them all together to create that story which is wide enough to reach a wider audience. That's my take on that question.
Thanks, Deba. But if the panelists could touch upon the consumer journey, which I mentioned, like how do you see the linear versus, how does it change the way the consumer looks at things? Yeah.
Vanita, if I can just take it, I just want to, I think I agree with, the model of advertising that we've always thought of either, I think just being an aid to selling, or just passing on a piece of information, a feature, a message across to your audience. I think that is a very limiting definition in that sense of the word. I was hearing, I think the earlier panelist, and I think somewhere Piyush had mentioned in one of his earlier conversations elsewhere, is that it's almost like distributing your visiting cards to 1 million people. If that were the only role that this is what I stand for, this is my message, these are 5 features that I work for, I think we are negating that whole sense of what fame stands for, what advertising stands for, what building trust and having a relationship with the customer, because they buy for 1 million reasons, right? Not all of them are plain straightforward that I'm checking boxes and therefore I need to buy a piece of a product or a service. And therefore, I think before we get to the definition of any medium and how does it work, I think the first basic question that we need to ask as advertisers, marketers, and business people, more importantly, I think what are we trying to achieve, and get that definition right in our head as to what are we trying to do with quote unquote advertising, engagement, content, all of those pieces put together. I think that's I think first and more fundamental.
Absolutely, rightly put. That's what I'm saying. Like the IDA model was all along. It was always been, television has been more an awareness medium. Now today, how do we see that going? And more in the multi-screen world, not that it's no longer an awareness medium, but do we see changes in that? And how do we, and very rightly, Ajay, I think you pointed out that it's not just about ticking the box and it's not just about informing them. So that's what I'm wanting to get more to hear from, and others can also chip in terms of how you see television moving beyond doing the basic regular. I think even in the previous panel, Bharat made a point that, it's sad to see the TVCs that he's seen are very tacky and in IPL because of course, sometimes the increasing costs, and, we want to make it in a very short duration and in a digitized and low attention span world. So, is it only awareness, and, where do we see awareness working, and where do we see other through the funnel planning jobs that television can do? If any of you have some experience.
Vanita, if I may just add to Bharat's point, and I was listening to that, it's a very interesting point, because I think here is the biggest stage that you are being given in the country as far as television is concerned, right? As far as advertising mediums is concerned. And if all that you're going to use is the same run-of-mill communication that is being kind of put together by all other mediums, then I think it's a wasted opportunity. The piece of signaling that you are the largest brand in the largest property in the country and gathering so much fame, quote unquote, at one go, it's a missed opportunity if people are running just the same feature stuff. And like Bharat only mentioned that whether you know that it was Dhoni or Ranveer Singh, but what's the product, what's the category, I don't care.
I think just jumping into the conversation.
Yes, Anil, please.
Vanitha, and hello everybody. I think to your first question, I think the truth is that journeys are no longer linear.
Absolutely.
No longer are we in a phase where we say that awareness comes first, and then interest, and then desire, and then people try and then give feedback. It's all gotten very complex. We are also seeing funnels dramatically shrink. We're also seeing in some cases people starting with experience or starting with kind of the bottom of the funnel, kind of trying your product and then coming back up. So I think, and in this multi-screen world where people encounter your brand, whether they encounter you on an e-commerce site or whether they encounter you on a social media site, I mean, all of that is getting very complex. And hence, I think fundamentally, we no longer are in a place where we can think in separate buckets. And I think that's what Deba and Ajay is also saying, that we have to take kind of an integrated approach. Absolutely. I think in addition to the integrated approach, identify the tasks and objectives. That's again the second part. And the third is to think about how we want to measure outcomes. And again, understanding that outcomes per se again will not be linear. And hence, how do we work with the ecosystem so that you get signals from different directions that allow you to think in a more integrated fashion. So I think the need of the hour is thinking more integrated. The need of the hour is to assume that you're not going linear, and then start looking at the various points where consumers are coming in and going out. How can we collect that data and help us influence and address those points of entry and input?
Bang on. Yeah.
To that extent, however, awareness still remains a large part of what we are here for and where we spend our dollars.
Yes.
And in that context, building awareness for our brands in a distinctive, meaningful way still is the most important bit. And TV is the central place. So in many ways, much as things change, the role of the TV hasn't changed, but just the perspective in the way we plan has changed.
Sure.
Yeah. If I can actually add to Anil, totally echo that. So basically, we are clearly living in a multi-screen world. I don't think there's a question about that. What's interesting is that, TV still remains dominant, as everyone in the panel has said, and before this, because finally it provides the reach which no other medium can. I think as marketers, the challenge to us is to say because it provides the reach, let's not just go with mass messaging, to get that reach, but how do we actually tailor it? Because what you see happening these days is a lot of brands, we use TV to give the mass message, and then we do the personalization or the customization where we go to digital. And therefore, how do we take that further? And I think there are three things that we need to sort of quickly touch upon when we do multi-screen marketing. And the first is to know your audience, because, for example, the youth today, they consume news and information on digital. We know that. So let's approach them there. However, if you take a large-scale sporting event, people still come to TV. So, how do we make content that's relevant there, which is beyond mass reach? And how do you tailor content? Because yes, you can get the wide reach there, but how do you also, use tech? And that's one of the points I think we'll touch on later, but how do you use tech in the TV world? And as a brand, we've done that. And finally, how do you use your analytics? We finally all have a budget that we have to live in. And we're always struggling between how much to put on TV and how much to put on digital and social. So how do you use your analytics to make sure that your channel selection is balancing between awareness generation and actually the information that's relevant to that consumer you want to talk to?
Thanks, Sujata. Anyone else would like to speak? Otherwise, she's led me to two parts which we can take. And in fact, I think the previous person also said the same. Anil also said the same thing on measurability. And I think you brought up analytics. And I think a very important point that comes on KPI setting. Gone are the days when it was only GRP and reach and frequency planning. And gone are the days also that we had certain ways of taking the reach and frequency and GRPs. So one aspect is it only GRP's reach frequency? And obviously it's not, but I'd like to hear what each one of you has done in your brands. And if it is not just GRP, and for in that very point, when you say GRP reach frequency, I think most of us on this call, I think most brands have moved from TV planning to AV planning, which is essentially, OTT planning done along with television to look at multimedia reach. So what has been your experience, if at all? And the second one is the other KPIs. Like, what are some of the other KPIs that you all have measured? If you all could touch upon these 2 points, please.
So, Vanita, hi. First of all, good afternoon, Sriram.
Hi, Sriram. Yeah,
hi to fellow panelists as well.
Yes.
So, just 1 point, and since I've been in the health and nutrition space for a long time, and we have seen a lot of changes in the last 12 months. So one of the key things which also sort of leads into the matrices is, so what we have seen and what I have seen over a period of time is that a lot of incremental sales comes from non-users of the category, or what we say, the infrequent users of the category. Generally, my experience has been that it's very hard to push consumption. So somebody who's already consuming a certain amount, they don't consume more, but somebody who's infrequent, that is where the incremental sales comes in. And that is where I find TV, being a salient medium, reaching out to a large section of people, or consistently over a period of time, having the largest output as far as incremental sales is concerned. Not to say that, so of course there is role of digital as well, but I think it also boils down to the fact who we are going to attract. So for example, the other piece is that if somebody is already right down at the bottom of the funnel, even if you try to convince them that your product or your service is better, they might have already made up their mind, and you are just burning dollars to someone who has already, or he or she's just looking for some confirmation bias. So I think it also comes from that fact that who you're trying to attract. Is it, somebody who uses you, who is somebody who's not using this category? And that is where I feel that, or I certainly believe that TV adds a lot of incremental value to attract the infrequent users.
Oh, absolutely. I think new users versus use up is a very commonly, marketing known principle. I think in most categories and brands, we all believe new users is always going to work better than use up. So very good point. And so new users, I hear you say that, television makes the best sense because obviously it's got the most mass reach, but any points there by other people on the panel that obviously the other way to look at it is that light TV viewers would be found on digital or on any other medium for that matter. So any views on that from others?
I think it's a lot on the context. And I think all of us have kind of from a category context for the kind of products we market. I think it varies by context. And even within the context, I think we have a portfolio of products that we manage. And there are some where we know that the user base or the way we would define the consumption segment may influence the choices we make, right? So depending on how niche or how focused our specific product we're talking about, right? So when I think about dark chocolate, my ability to target a non-user in a more effective way is much more easier in digital than for me to go. I mean, one is to say non-user, the other is to define who is he and finding out what kind of, how do I get those attributes through which I can target them in a more personalized way. That's what digital can do. On the contrary, on large brands, absolutely right. I mean, I guess all of us, none of us would go against laws of growth, right? Hence, in that sense, it's quite simple, Vanita. I don't think it's about a complex maths of saying, are there multiple KPIs? 1+ weekly reach. I don't think you need to go far away from there and then go right down to the end of the funnel and do a MMM to know whether you're impacting sale. I mean, you just need those both, in my sense, to know whether you're able to attribute a 1+ reach to sale. I mean, everything else is kind of a optimization metric, but you want to see ROI on sale, right? And actually on revenue. So for me, those 2 KPIs are the biggest ones.
Anil, I think Mondelez is, of course, known for doing a lot of MMM. I don't know about everybody on the panel. Of course, some others we all try to do that, but I think we work with you, so we know how much MMMs we do. But I think besides MMM and the starting point, which you mentioned, reach, what about the new buzzword, which is BSQs, which is the brand search queries that very simply put, we look at? Any experiences there?
Yeah, I can actually go. So as you know, in the last year, when we went into lockdown, everyone had to move from cash to cashless, right? Nobody wanted to take cash. We were locked down at home. People had to learn to use e-com, for example, the tier two consumers. So we were really, wondering how to do this. And we actually found here is where actually TV plus others played a role, because actually to get consumers aware that you can access the e-com and you can use the internet to do your purchases, which people really did not know how to do. And I'm not talking about people like you and me, but people at the next rung. So that was really accomplished through TV. We got awareness, we got reach. But what you're talking about, the queries, we got so many people, wanting to know, is it safe? Is it secure? Will my bank account get, compromised? How safe is Visa? So those type of things, we found that, we had to use the plus, the funnels, the other funnels to and answer the question. So what we found out, what really worked, Vanita, was that we would use TV and we would give a large message, of course, talk about security and safety because that's important. But actually we would communicate, go online, go cashless there. And then in these, with digital and social, then we would actually use use cases. So the two largest use cases during lockdown was online delivery for groceries and online delivery for food. So actually step by step telling people how to do it, how to pay, how secure your things are. And one thing I must say, consumers, when they come online, they look for a sweetener. So we would always end the, the online part with a, an offer, whether it was Swiggy on food or Amazon on deliveries. But there is something where we could not have done in isolation. We couldn't have only done TV and we couldn't have only done the digital and social. It worked together. And, we saw huge growth during that period because it was a necessity that people had.
Anita, I had a slightly different point of view, and I think I might and I call it, sorry for sounding too conspiracy minded, but I think we often fall into, I think, metrics and traps being set for us, a framing of the CFOs that is being set. I think end of the day, as business people, as marketers, what are we trying to achieve? We are trying to achieve first and foremost effectiveness, right? And then come the metrics that we talk in terms of efficiency, right? We are trying to balance it out and say allocate and those kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I think, and it's got to do with how digital has marketed itself. It's got to do with within boardrooms, how often CFOs and CEOs have asked us this question of, therefore, how many leads and therefore how much sales and therefore, etc. Those kind of efficiency metrics. Now, because of that, I think we tilt hugely and I think possibly disproportionately towards efficiency thinking and balancing what we call various metrics that we talked about is AV planning and those kind of things. I think sometimes losing the plot in terms of the big thing, which is the effectiveness piece. We, for example, don't do advertising, quote unquote, traditional sense of advertising on digital at all. We use digital hugely, but that's largely to talk to our customers and talk to our influencers in terms of the jobs to be done that they need to do and how do we support them and how do we help them with that. That's something TV cannot do, right? And at the same time, that entire stature, that entire build up, that fame, and if we are putting the proposition that if you're going to build your home only once and it's a reversible process, use the best, that stature work, I'm not so sure can be done going to 20 million people one at a time. So I think the first piece that as marketers we need to answer and business people as we need to answer is the effectiveness question. Then come to the efficiency question, because I believe, and sorry for using that word, we falling into a conspiracy and metrics and framing that many CFOs and more importantly, I think the digital world has set up for us in terms of looking at things in a certain fashion. Yeah.
But so how do you measure effectiveness, Ajay?
So I'll go with Ajay completely on that, because I'll take a step back and say that, see, what are we discussing? We're discussing TV as a medium, right? There are two things about this. TV as a medium, can it build a story around your brand? That's what was being discussed in the last panel session discussion. That how do we use TV to engage with our audience, right? How do you measure that? You measure that with the brand, right? You don't measure with only sales. How has the brand grown over a period of time through television? And there are many stories which have been told across many years, which have created brands for many people, for many manufacturers. The second thing, what we need to discuss is TV as a medium. And we need to, I think, demarcate these two things so that discussion is, in a meaningful way, going towards the right direction. So if you're talking about TV as a medium, yes, TV has to integrate itself along with other opportunities like digital or like any other stuff. We use it purely from a brand perspective. We don't use it from a sales perspective. We use digital from a sales perspective. We used to use print earlier from a sales perspective. The most high-profile brands, the most high-ticket items in the durable basket, you still use print from a sales perspective. So we need to be clear about what I'm trying to measure. But having said that, what we have witnessed in the last 2 decades of turning around the brand is the fact that TV is a must to build a story around technology. Without television, we couldn't have built stories, right? From turnaround story of India Ka Dil India Ka AC to the Murthy campaign, thanks to Wilby, to many other campaigns we've created. Television was the best, I think, platform to build those stories. I don't think digital can build those stories for us because the audience is very fragmented, spans are very limited. If we want to build a story alone, difficult on digital. It has to together be built up with television, digital, and all of this medium possibly available to us. That's my take on that.
Well, I think it also depends on category. Building stories on, I think the reverse also holds. Building story on digital has been like a big thing for many brands that they do. Yeah. So I think, like Anil rightly,
But how long do those stories survive? Tell me a story on digital which has survived for more than 2 months. So,
the best of class, like the Google story and the, I think.
Yeah, there are exceptions, but what I'm trying to say, that's a debate. That television brings you longevity in terms of a storytelling exercise. Digital is very difficult.
That's another very good point. That's a pro, I would say, of television, that it classically television stays on. So the whole elasticity and the whole, the whole concept of
it can stay on for years.
The staying on piece, of course, to that extent, sometimes.
And the residual impact of the story. We advertise for 3 months and we get an impact for 1 year because
that could be also perhaps, Deva, because we are more patient with TV.
Yeah, we're very used to seeing ads on TV. We don't mind sitting back and watching the ads because we're technically used to that. In digital, the moment it comes up, you feel, oh my God, let me press that button. I didn't want this.
Punita, let me take an example. About a third of our business, for example, is B2B, right?
Sure.
Now, I can use LinkedIn and Google and all for you want. How do I price that when my sales guy, he calls a company and versus calls another company, he has the right of passage and he has the right of getting through and talking to the right stakeholders, and the other guy in the category doesn't. Right? I can use all the efficiency metrics that I can put together, but how do you cost that? And the point being that I think all that is meaningful and measurable. I think we've got to try, and because I think we've got to be prudent for our stakeholders, we've got to measure and we've got to optimize and all of that stuff. But all that is meaningful is not, I think we've got to use common sense far more than
so when I said measurement, I was not meaning only efficiency for sure. So when you say effectiveness, how do you measure it? Then again, you come back to brand parameters, right? And hardcore sales, of course, is one thing, but again, that's not what you're necessarily always tracking.
So if you grow your share in the market,
talking market share and sales, right?
Market share is something which is a fundamental parameter for measuring effectiveness for us. And if our investments are not leading to any kind of market share, then investments are not good.
And like many other categories in the West, I think India is a penetration country, right? Half the categories that we sell are penetration categories.
Sure.
And there, it's not just about selling features and reaching out to people. It's also about convincing, framing, various other things.
I think if I can just add,
Yes,
hi, if I can just add, I think to us, what would matter is not just about market share. I think the way we look at evaluating success, it is about being competitive, yes, of course, which is market share, but it's also about being responsible. I think that's a big pillar that, responsibility, which is in the sustainable front. I think it's about being competitive. It's about being sustainable in a more responsible way. And I think it's also about being profitable, of course. At the end, how are your gross margins performing versus the market share? But I think it's important to add an angle of responsible advertising, responsible leadership in marketing, because all the panelists today are among the top countries advertisers, and it's very important that you are responsible as well in the way you communicate and what you communicate going forward.
Thanks a
lot.
I actually completely agree with you, Anusha, and I think it's very important for every category, right? You rightly said, because you are. What we're saying is, for example, in our category, we're dealing with people's finances. That's the most important thing to them. So it's not only about market share. Of course, market share is important, but how do you, and especially in categories where people need to be educated, I think that time and that effort taken to educate is also very important. And I think that's where, for example, where you use a TV Plus at Root works, because, for example, you can actually retarget people, on digital and give them additional messages that's relevant to them. An older man versus a youth in college, different messages. And that's where we do. So, which is why I say it's really TV, absolutely at the base, but with plus to give the right messages and to be responsible citizens at the end of it.
I think if I can just give a very good example that comes to mind on responsible marketing, it is a recent one which Lifebuoy has been doing. Ever since COVID times, the brand actually, it's an amazing case to keep reading on and keep feeling proud as an organization, because I think what they did was they moved from saying use Lifebuoy to saying use Lifebuoy or any other soap. Because these are important times, and as a brand, you need to raise people's awareness on the need to hand wash more than just kind of raving about your brand. But that has actually led us to become the leaders today in the country, and it actually speaks so highly of a brand that is so confident of itself, and is responsibly marketing rather than just harping on saying you must wash hands with Lifebuoy. So I think,
can I ask you, how did TV versus the other mediums work for this campaign?
Of course, we do a lot of TV, but long format, some of these ads need long format advertising. And that's where digital comes very well into play. And I think what's important is, I don't disagree that, this is my personal view, I don't disagree that TV will be the mass reach, right? There is no doubt on that. But I think we as marketers have to accept and integrate a second screen into our plans, whether we like it or not, because with COVID, the consumer has almost sped fast at a speed which was, we were hoping as marketers in another 5 years or 10 years, but they've actually come so quickly to accept and adjust to the new norms of the e-com world, that it's amazing today. Even like an LSM 3 to 5 knows how to go online and shop for a knife or a plate online, and she actually now knows that if I go digital, I can buy a crockery set for like 400 rather than going to the supermarket and buying it for like a 800 or 1,000. So I think
customers stand outside the shop and check the cost.
Yes. So I think we need to look at it in a very positive way and not look at it that it's an either or. It's not an either or. I think what is the point is that while TV gives you mass reach, I think the online medium and the whole social commerce is giving you an opportunity to amplify your reach, amplify it, get people to actually close the deal, because at the end you do want to know how many people are finally, how much that ad is influencing. Of course, you have your ratings in to measure how effective your TV plan is. But I think when we look at the second screen, for instance, we have seen there's enough data that supports that people who are using multi-screens, like I'm on my mobile phone and I'm watching TV, I'm watching an ad. I'm less likely to change the channel when an ad comes if I am already busy with my mobile. And at the same time, there is enough data that supports that there is no loss of brand ad recognition. You know, when you are actually playing on or using your mobile for other like social networking and all, there's also enough evidence that shows that if I'm looking at an interesting ad, say if I'm in skincare, I look at this really new launch of an anti-aging product and I immediately Google it more to look at the cost or look at or ask my friend. I'm on WhatsApp and I'll say, hey, have you seen this product? You know, have you tried it? So I think there is a lot more engagement that you can build and amplification that you can build by actually accepting the second screen into your marketing plan. And we've seen a lot of success with that.
No, sure. I think all of us
sorry.
are all of us are very much aligned on television alone not being the case and all that. But I think it's nice to get some inputs from all of you in terms of what are your experiences. Like you just said that long format was what you use more for the Lifebuoy campaign. So was it only long format, or is there like some ratio? Like for example, the market may be at a 20 to 30% digital soon, 30% maybe. So is there some kind of a thing that, you know, in my category, I look at typical brand advertising as X% and I layer that with long format of whatever. Even if you don't want to disclose exact numbers, but what's the broad thinking? Is it like 0 on basic advertising, brand, same TVC on digital, or is it a mix of both? Anusha, for your Lifebuoy campaign. Yeah.
I think it's a mix of both.
Okay.
It's a mix of both. I used to work on Lifebuoy. I don't work on Lifebuoy anymore. It's one of my most dearest brands, and therefore I spoke about it because it's very relevant in COVID.
Yeah.
But what I want to say is that it's a mix. Definitely, TV is not going to be displaced by anytime soon.
No, I'm not asking TV. I'm asking within digital, the TVC ads on digital. Digital is there's no discussion. That's the panel discussion in itself. We all know TV is not isolation. The questions I'm hoping to address today and get some nice insights are how y'all are using it innovatively together. The question of being together is given. So like Anil just mentioned, like on one brand, dark chocolate, how it's a very nice insight to have, right? Like simple insight, but a good insight. Similarly, now you just made an insight, like a long format on digital. So I'm probing that further to ask people that how much of a TVC branding campaign, TVC doesn't mean television, TVC meaning the ad TVC, do you put on digital, and how much do you create, separately for digital, which is long format or whatever that may be, or social media, whatever. Yeah. So that kind of.
So I'll just take that question. I'll just take that. You want to go ahead?
I'll go after you, no problem.
Okay, fine. I think it's not a question of TVC or DVC or whatever content you want to create for various opportunities which you have. As long as your proposition and as long as your core messaging is the same, you could create different I would say content for different opportunities. So it's more important to be consistent in what you're communicating. There are brands which communicate differently on television and differently on digital, which makes no sense at all, because they feel that I am trying to cut across a different segment by talking in a different way to a different audience, and I would like talking in a different way to a different audience on television. That doesn't make sense. I think it's more important to appreciate the core proposition and tweak the message in a different way for digital and television, and that should work better. Tangentially speaking, it won't work because your messaging has to be together. For example, for our new Voltas Deco range of appliances, we stick to the core proposition of moms, right, of mothers and of the family, and we try to tweak the message in such a way that when you go on television, it's a little different. When you go on digital, it's a little different. So it depends on what genres of audiences you're speaking to. So, coming back to the main point, how is a proposition made powerful in a meaningful way, keeping in mind the medium you're using? That's what we keep in mind.
Sure. So what is the difference you make in your film on digital? With the same messaging, Deba, what is the difference that you put in your films on digital?
See, on digital, it was more about the family, and on television, it's more about the individual. It was the other way around.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's interesting because usually TV is family and...
it was the other way around.
Okay. Sujata, you were saying something.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Vanita, in direct answer to your question. So we actually split, I would actually say it's split half-half. We take content that we put on TV and we also put that on social and digital, because the understanding is not everybody sees it on TV, right? So you have to put that mass content on TV and digital. So that's aired largely on YouTube and some other platforms. And then what we do is we also create more personalized content that we put on social and digital only, that doesn't go on mass. But within social and digital, there is a split. And I'll give you a quick example. Like I said, when we launched e-com, we put a TVC around what is e-commerce and how to use it. So that was on TV and that was also on digital for about 50% of the time. Then the other 50%, we actually talked about safety, security of using your card. So how you don't have to worry how your every encryption, every transaction is encrypted, and also what are the different use cases like I touched upon earlier. Online food delivery, online grocery with offers. So we do everything on the social and digital space as well, split half-half.
Very nice. Great. Thanks.
When it comes to video, you have an opportunity to adapt across, right? Whether it's television or YouTube or wherever consumer is consuming video. You go video and you adapt for format, for duration, depending on what, and you get instant feedback, right? So you can keep optimizing the video, but it's largely part of the core idea, adapted for the medium.
Sure.
But then there is so much more that you can do within the same brand idea or the proposition, especially in our categories when it comes to food. If you look at tempt and food appeal and tempt appeal that you can build on digital, right? It's no longer a good old product window that comes at the end of a TV ad, which nobody watches, right? Look at what Instagram has done for food, and how food and tempt appeal can be built. So I think we see a lot of opportunity to invest there. Or similarly, a way to create consumer engagement on something like Twitter is very different, right? So I think there's a lot of opportunity to adapt the same idea for the platform, depending on what the consumer is doing.
Number that you want to give us, like typically across categories in your portfolio? You all look at branding on digital as X%, and like Sujata just said, it's broadly 50-50. So branding is 50% and the balance is on other aspects, which may be social and branded content or education and stuff like that. Would anything like that
It will be 70-30. 70 will be on proposition, because finally at the end of the day there is still a large task to be done there. But 30 is not a small amount by any means.
Right? It's not.
But Vanita, it's not I think just going back to Anil's point, it's not a media question. To me, I think the first fundamental piece is it's not a media question. It's not about adding heads and adding eyeballs per se alone across mediums. We, for example, don't, quote unquote, in traditional sense of advertising, don't advertise at all on digital, right?
You said that. So you, it's 100%
very minuscule.
content.
It's minuscule.
That's exactly what we are discussing. Sujata said 50-50. He said 70-30. You said 0-100 actually. So that's interesting, right? Because it is obviously category specific, and that's debating on how.
Yet we spend a fair packet on digital, but the purpose of that is enabling some part of the consumer or helping, because what we have in our category is somebody who's 30, 35, 40, making the biggest project of his life, where he has no clue of how to go about it, right? It's not the previous generation where you had to build at 60 and you had lifetime of experience to gather that. Now you need somebody who's an enabler in that entire journey. And if you've got to, as a brand, trusted brand, as a leader brand, if you've got to enable people, it's not only about bombarding people with the same message about that's there. It's also helping and enabling people in their journey, and therefore positioning yourself as an expert, which is far more valuable than any high-pitched advertising that you can do, and therefore the returns are equally strong.
How do you measure your returns? Something I'm not understanding, Ajay. You keep saying effectiveness and returns. So is it again market share, or is it what is it?
So I think if our proposition, and if I'm just sorry because you asked me, I'm just getting into the piece a little bit. For us, we've put together that it's a once in a lifetime project, biggest project, irreversibility, and therefore I want to take the minimum amount of risk. And therefore, and there are not too many metrics for somebody who's choosing the category for the first time, how to handle, measure a certain and grapple with the category. And therefore, for them, understanding leadership is many different cues. So that piece is far greater a choice, an arbiter of choice and arbiter of trust and arbiter of leadership in our category, which translates into huge amount of sales. So you have
measuring brand trust, is that what you're saying broadly?
That's
exactly what I wanted to know. So great. I mean, I think, and in COVID times, I think even for food and all kinds of things, I think brand trust has really taken up a very, very large role. Of course, your category was for different reasons, like you explained. But I think due to COVID, I think brand trust has really shot up. Anusha, you were adding anything? Sorry, I can't see you again now, I think, on the screen.
No, I was saying that for a lot of non-essential categories like discretionary spends where you are getting affected, you obviously cannot afford, say, mass TV reach, and you can't afford to do that now. So what also is a successful model is to continue spending on the core through mass and continue saliency through mass TV. Whereas for the non-core products, like if you're launching, which are perhaps in the discretionary items, you can actually use digital very successfully. We've done that quite a bit, and we've seen a lot of success in beauty,
especially the newer categories that got launched, I think, right, during COVID. And I think also shooting was a problem, so I think that's another thing that I've heard a lot. Let me touch upon something different now and ask you all, because I think we've spoken more on a lot of use of digital rather than use of TV. Apne aap hi ho jata hai. It's like the digitized world. But within TV, now if I were to ask you guys in terms of apart from TVC content we've touched upon, what about these, other non-FCT options that are happening? I think Lifebuoy again would be a lot of that on news channels, and I don't know about Cadbury and Ultratech. I don't know, I haven't seen, but maybe Voltas would have done some L bands and stuff like that, and branding options on news. Any comments on that, and any effectiveness that you can measure for it? Anusha, would you have any views on that? Because I think I've seen a lot of Lifebuoy on news like that.
So like I said, I mean, I don't want to comment on Lifebuoy specifically now because I don't work on it anymore. It's a brand I used to work on. But I think overall, I think the similar, the way we've been assessing TV in the past, I think it is pretty much similar right now. I think the key has been to ensure that our saliency remains on top at such times, because for a lot of brands like ours, which are trusted, what is important is to ensure that you are salient at such a time so that when the consumer is shopping online, they remember you and they buy you. So, I think that's the simple philosophy to use right now.
So would all of you be like anyone on the panel who would say, no, I would not do something like an L band, I would rather just do a brand TVC, or
in today's scenario, I would not, because of obvious reasons. In today's scenario, we would not like to do all that. In fact, in today's scenario, I would go back to the first point, that what kind of content you can try to create when you're using high ticket opportunities. Unfortunately, it came like a sudden whirlwind. So nobody was prepared for it. Whatever content you created for the summers, and we were just getting into our summers, right? Peak March end, April beginning, the peak of our season, right? And then this thing happened. Yeah. So I think it's very important to have the right content in today's scenario for the next few months. It's very important. And if you have the time to recreate content, please do that. Because everybody was caught unaware, and then of course creating an L band or a pop up with a bit of a push on the product, I think it won't hold good in today's scenario. But overall, yes, if things come back to normalcy, that adds a lot of impact to your original investment. It's a reminder, and it works very well.
Yeah, so I think now is a question mark, but last time, wave one, when the anxiousness was very high, the use of L band specifically in our category also pushed a lot of traffic, into our digital channels. So because people were craving for information at that point of time. Now, of course, I agree that the scenario and the context is different, but the last 6 or 8 odd months, when till the time it was Jan or Feb, it actually added. Measurability was a question mark. I'll not say that it was measurable, But yes, did it add to mind measures and and resulting sales? And the answer is definitely yes.
Great, because I think we've heard a lot of categories swear by that actually. So yeah.
But
Yeah.
even
One of the points,
some different perspective, even on contextual stuff, Vanita, is think while I think you might not have too much Ultratech bags being there in soaps, daily soaps, because it's out of place. But Modi ji inaugurating the Statue of Unity, which has been built with Ultratech, or the Atal Tunnel being inaugurated, and that context being hijacked or etc. by a brand and placing stature, saying that you're not only contributing to homes being built, but you're also contributing to nation being built, is very contextual. I would tend to think reasonably decent integration.
Absolutely.
And may not directly be linked to the home builder sale, but certainly adds to stature for me.
Absolutely. No, of course.
So yeah, I know we're coming to the end of time. I just want to add one more thing on TV, Vanita, which is that in addition to content, somebody talked about how it's communicated. So I think one of the is we use it as well, and a lot of brands do, is through the route of influencers. And I think that's one thing which is above content.
The last question I had was that, but good, you please bring it up. And since you're talking about it, just touch upon any regionalization, opportunities, the whole micro influencer piece that has worked for you guys or not. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So one of the things, like I said, because our category is so much about credibility and people need to know that they're safe to do something, what we've done is actually tied up with influencers. And like you said, in different regions of the country, and actually these are superstars of different serials, TV serials, they come and they talk about how, when in their shopping experience, they have used, cashless, whether it's, card or whatever, and how they feel safe. So the content is about going cashless, and the mode of communication is through influencers who the common man can relate to, quickly. So that's one thing that,
and you have experienced, a success with this, right? Because
yes,
it's something like your own formula. Anyone else?
A big success.
Very, very good. Very nice. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we've almost finished with our time, but anyone else has any example on this whole regionalization and celebrity influencer, etc. Also a very interesting point that I had, which I will like to conclude, and I think since Sunil is also there, some bark stuff that, the top 2 regional languages that have actually grown more than 30% are Bhojpuri and Gujarati. So any luck on, how television can be used on beyond the traditional way of looking at Hindi speaking markets, South and West Bengal and Maharashtra? Are any of you like using HSM in a very, micro market level? Have any of you had any experience in that regard yet?
I think we've started advertising clearly. Earlier, we never used to, when we used to do our ad translations, Bhojpuri and all was never a part of the the set of languages that we would actually translate to. But today you actually have gone really regional, and we do advertise specifically in these languages, because the Bhojpuri television, for example, has shot up like anything.
Wonderful.
Today, so you don't.
I don't think many advertisers are still using the language in the TVC. They're using the channel, but if you're saying you're using the language in the TVC, I think still you would be the early.
More importantly, the context. I think if large kacha homes are being built in Hindi heartland to Pakka homes, I think the context is very different versus you and me. And I think that needs to echo more than even language per se. And I think those are
communication story ho gayi na ki aap kya bologe, but
I think also, another big trend that I see is the expansion of DD free dish, which is happening, which is going to lead to a lot of penetration into regional markets going forward. So I think that's something that every brand has to consider, look at. And of course, like Ajay was saying, it has to make sense to you. But for us, we are mass FMCG, and therefore makes more sense for us to be as local as you can, because that's when consumers see you as relevant for them.
Absolutely.
And relate to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, each one of you. I think Bhavna has written to me that I think we don't have time now, right? We need to wrap up.
I'm on the screen only. Thank you so much.
Thank you to each one of you.
Thank you. Thanks,
guys. Stay safe. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a great discussion this has turned out to be. This is all happening right now at our wonderful event, TV First. And right now, on the other side, we're going to be joined by a great dignitary who's joining us. Well, our next speaker brings over 35 years of significant leadership and domain-proven knowledge with grounds-up experience in growing brands and building businesses. Having worked across media, brands, and advertising, he has served in leadership roles at MTV, Sony, Times Television Network, Saregama, Piaggio, India.com, Grey Group, JWT, and Balaji Telefilms. He maintains active interest in serving industry interests to foster the spirit of self-regulation and collaboration. He's an active long-distance runner, enjoys sailing and evocative conversations. But ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, I know we're all watching it virtually. I would now like to call on the screen, as he's already there, Mr. Sunil Lula, CEO Bark India, who's going to be talking on the topic, how TV is the screen of the household. Thank you so much, Mr. Lula, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of the session, you're going to be joined by eminent speakers on topic, playing to win the sports television game. So it's all happening right now here. Thank you, Mr. Lula, for joining us today and giving us your precious time. Over to you, sir.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. I trust somebody has control of my slides.
Sure, Mr. Lula. I'll just get that checked. Could we have the team to...
So while you do that, good afternoon, everybody. I don't think there should be a reason for any one of us to say that TV is the most trusted and most effective. But I imagine for many of us, or for quite a few of us, perhaps it's not a medium that we individually or personally use as often. But I've always believed and continue to believe that television is the screen of the household. And I hope to put across some data points that establish clearly that TV is the most trusted and most effective medium for brands. Could we go to the next slide, please? As a category, while in 2020, we saw a significant decline in consumption and use of media due to the pandemic and the lockdown, and we are still in pandemic mode, television continues to be strong. Value, as per FICCI, grew from 40% to 42%. Digital video also grew, and so did digital others, which is the non-video component. But those two mediums are the ones that had significant growth. The rest either remained flat or actually dropped. So TV continues to be at 42% of all spends and continues to be a significant driver of use for businesses to communicate and to engage their audiences. Could we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Let's look at audience. Let's look at the growth of TV. A growth by 6.9% to 210 million homes. Most of that growth happened in rural at 9.4% at 119 million homes. Urban at 91 million homes grew by about 3.6%. 2020 over 2018 is really a growth in NCCS and B, which increased by 14 million and 11 million respectively. So we are seeing a change in that social classification as people have gone up the scale of NCCS, and TV continues to be strong. At 210 million though, there are still approximately 100 million homes which don't own a TV set yet. So the future is ahead. Next slide, please. Let's look at the top advertisers. Most of them grew their volumes of advertising despite a tough year of 2020. Unilever, Reckitt Benckiser, Colgate, Cadbury's continue to grow over 2019. And the top 10 advertisers went up from 38% of volume of advertising to 42% of advertising. This is despite having almost 3 months of lockdown, and then the comeback was slow in July, August, September. We go to the next slide, please. One of the reasons you see that is because co-viewing continues to be high. Therefore, I said TV is the screen of the household. Television and brands woo families because of that co-viewing. So we've looked on the left side of the screen pre-COVID, and in the lockdown period, you see growth in news. You see significant growth in the kids genre where parents started watching a lot more TV with their children. Look at Ramayana and Mahabharat, almost at 90% of co-viewing, and GEC is at 85% of co-viewing again. So it's these audiences and families which watch TV together, which get brands to trust it, to use it, and make it an effective medium. And that's a phenomenon that is quite different from many other parts of the world, which is why it's the screen of the household, whereas the digital device, the mobile phone or digital access is perhaps something that is more towards the one-to-one medium. This is the one-to-many medium. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to mythologies, and when Ramayana came back after many years of 1986, when perhaps many members of the audience, which may have been seeing Ramayana last year for the first time, the growth came from men, it came from NCCSA, and that was a real spike for it. That is against contrarian view. But what is interesting is that Doordarshan not only became the not only had big growth, and Ramayana was not only the most watched TV show of 2020 and the biggest in the world, but we saw ad volumes really surge. So it really grew. And between April, May, June, even while there was lockdown in most of India, ad volumes grew because essential goods and services were the ones that were pushing the ad volume growth over there. And DD is the trusted source with a classic, which was about, I would say, like balm in fearful times, and the mythological content served to establish that trust. And I think a very smart move by Prasar Bharati to bring Ramayana and Mahabharat back at that point of time. Next slide, please. So in the Q1 of 2020, there was ad volumes reasonably stable, sharply coming down in Q2, going up in Q3, and high growth again in Q4. So the second half, July, December, saw a big growth of 12% over 2019. And the first half saw a big growth, a big degrowth or a drop down in 2020 versus 2019. Overall, while volumes were softer at 3%, it was the second half which was starting to push the ad volumes up. And brands leveraged TV's mass reach to really fuel their business revival. And we saw many brands and many categories push this hard. Next slide, please. FMCG, quarter on quarter, if you look at Q1 2020 or the latest quarter of Q1 2021 calendar quarters, you see a growth in FMCG, right? From 55.3% going to 61.6%. And FMCG continues to advertise heavily on TV, 36% growth this quarter of 21 over the prior quarter in 2020. So a big growth over there. Building paint, cement, building materials, etc., which saw a sharp drop in during the lockdown period, coming down to 2%, back at 4%. Even auto saw a growth compared to the quarter under lockdown last year, coming back in the first quarter. Durables and retails, however, continue to be almost flat compared to the period of the first quarter 2020. We saw an upswing in Q4, which is due to Diwali and the festive season in durables. But retail, as we know, because of significant restrictions and safety reasons, did not have the desired walk-ins but remained stable. So we saw volume growth across the board, and these were the categories that pushed it. Cyclical sectors started increasing their ad spend, and many categories have restored the exposure on television. Some even surpassed pre-COVID levels, as we will see in digital in the next slide, please. So you would assume that digital native advertisers will choose the category of digital, but they chose television because they knew they were audiences, they were accessible, the best time to convert them while they were at home. And you can see that peak in April, May, June, and going all the way till almost November when it starts coming below last year. So the blue line is 2020, the darker line is 2019, and you can see that growth. You can see the use of TV by digital platforms and digital services. Some of the brand names are there in the next slide. If we can go to the next slide, please. So you see Amazon taking up its volumes over 2019 by 33%. You see Amazon Prime Video take it up by 28%. Policy Bazaar is like a 200% increase. Baiju's 87% increase. Spotify at 48% increase. And we actually saw this globally across as ad volumes went up, especially for digital products and services. And in India, obviously, it led to adoption of digital products and services. Next slide, please. Even messaging about COVID, the government was very active in the second quarter, increased the COVID communication, which went up from 3% to 7%, dropped to 7%, then to 15 to 17%, dropped to 7%, then to 5%, and is back again at 6%. And I think there's again a rise over here. So you're seeing that communication being consistent, where COVID is now occupying, COVID-related communication is about 5% plus of all volume communication, of all advertising communication. So again, TV is a trusted medium, which is why it's being used to communicate. It has high reach. Go to the next slide, please. And let's look at ad volumes. 2021 is the pink line. 2018 first quarter, as you can see, the first quarter of each year of 2018, 29, 2020, virtually flat. But look at 2021, there's a jump up over there. That is both an effect of advertisers trying to build their business, of unlock of brands coming back on TV. So the volume has gone up, though advertiser count has come down. So advertiser count dropped in 2019 from 2018, which was at its peak at 4,991 advertisers, is down by 11% compared to last year and significantly lower than 2018, but volume is significantly higher up. So fewer advertisers, but spending more on television. Perhaps the categories that have gone out are those categories which don't use TV as effectively anymore. Some of them partially due to the supply chain related issues, such as entertainment and media in that sense. We go to the next slide, please. So if you look at it from categories, you have news, which has seen growth in this period of the first quarter, going up by 25%. You have GECs going up by 21%, movies going up by 23%, and music and youth going up by 26%. So in this quarter of Jan, Feb, March, we have seen significant increase in ad volume, which we have not seen in earlier quarters of 19 and 20. So certainly advertisers pushing the gas pedal on television. That's driving the ad volume growth. Even when it comes to festive, let's go to the next slide, please. Even when it comes to festive, one of the highest periods, Sankranti in January and Republic Day, both the events over there, very high volumes around that period in January, highest in last 4 years, where you see big growth, 35% growth in Sankranti and 8% growth during Republic Day. See high, and Republic Day, as we know, the second day of the news was all about the violent related activities in New Delhi. But despite that, we see high volume over there. So in the first quarter, you see the festive period as well as growth in ad volumes. And just to conclude then, last slide, please. I think the data clearly establish this is the screen of the Indian household. It remains trusted and effective medium. Government and essential brands being like those which are about sanitization, COVID-related communication, and such like over there, as well as digital brands which are powering the communication and the advertising last quarter as well as this quarter, this first quarter of the year. They have used TV effectively to communicate their messages. Top brands continue to place their trust on television, continues to be a preferred medium. It's witnessed a rise in volumes, even though advertiser count may be down. And this is over 2 quarters. So if you look at since October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March, and April, as we are still in April, we see continued growth for television basis the volume count. There are 210 million homes in India. There are still 110 million homes which don't have television. But I think significant growth lies ahead for this industry. True, digital will continue to grow, digital video will continue to grow, but I think both categories of television, which is video on television and video on digital, will both continue to grow, and TV will continue to be trusted medium for all homes. Thank you. Okay, last slide, please. Thank you. With that, I think I've made sure that we are back on time. Uh, if anyone has questions, happy to take them. If not, thank you for participating and staying here through.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Lula, firstly, for your participation today and giving us such a wonderful presentation. It really encapsulated a lot in the 15 minutes you'd spoken, definitely. Mr. Lula, we're definitely getting a lot of response, and my team is curating a few questions, accumulating from the audience which are watching us live. So if you do have time, could we address...
I can wait. If you have questions, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So we'll just be, just allow me a moment, Mr. Lula. We're going to be accumulating the questions from the audience right now watching us live.
Sure.
I'd just like to, meanwhile, also go to, where we're watching live and see some of the comments which are coming in. So a lot of people have loved the session, and there are a lot of them who are commenting live as well, Mr. Lula. So thank you for that. I'd just like to see if I can read a couple of them. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all happening at TV First. Thank you all for your participation. Please keep tweeting and talking about it on social media. We truly value your participation today. So just some of the live comments which are coming in is everyone's, talking about one individual writes that, certain celebrities are overriding the actual communication of advertisement. We only need to remember the face. There are a couple of them who are writing in about how this entire conversation has been very fruitful. So Mr. Lula, a lot's been happening on social media whilst people are watching it live. So I'd just like to ask one of the questions which is getting accumulated by the team. Firstly, Mr. Lula, with regards to what you spoke today, how do you envision when it comes to the entire digital space, the TV space, let's say coming 3 to 6 months down the line, Mr. Lula? Firstly, how do you envision that if we have to see in regards to the COVID pandemic being hidden, how do you envision it, the space growing, Mr. Lula?
See, when you are locked in at home,
Mr. Lula, I believe you're on mute.
No, I'm not on mute.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
See, most of us are locked in today, right? We are in curfew mode, or we are restricted to our movements in our home. So we are going to TV. The news, unfortunately, is not good. As an example, I watched the Oscars last night because I saw it after many years. And while the Oscar ratings were the lowest that they have been in the last 5 years, but nonetheless, I'm just giving you an example. I may not be the target audience, but I think people are spending time on television. They are also going to spend time on digital assets, whether they see it on their phone or they see it on some other device or they connect their TV. The reality is both the forces will coexist, right? TV is a big advertising medium for brands to reach the families together, to create the image on the bigger screen. It's very effective when you are making that communication. As a process, because we are conscious of this journey, BARC has already embarked and initiated progression to be able to measure audiences on both screens. And what's important is to be able to put together what is the common factor, right? Which is those who watch TV and digital. So it gives advertisers an effective deployment of their own investments and gives them a neutral currency. We are about close to 9 months to 12 months away from deploying this in the marketplace, but that's where we are headed at. I don't see the demise or decline of television. I see sustainability. As a percentage, digital will grow faster because it's coming from a different base. It's not so expensive to have a cable connection. Maybe it's cool to say I cut the cord, but what do you watch when you watch on your phone? You watch a news service which comes from television broadcaster. If advertising in the broadcasting space did not exist, the aspirations of digital content and digital communication could not be fulfilled. Those who are standalone digital players are largely subscription players. And those who are on both mediums, whether it is a Star, it's a Z, it's a Sony, it's a Viacom, It's the advertising which is funding, at the end of the day, their digital aspirations. So I think the good, interesting part is both will exist. And I believe
Sure. So sorry, Mr. Lula. Towards the
no,
end, we
it's
had
okay.
a little slight communication error, I believe, because of the internet. So I couldn't hear what you said at the end. Could you please repeat that for the audience?
So I think at the end of the day, TV is continuing to grow at a stable rate. Digital is growing faster, right? Now, TV has a lot of content over there that digital may or may not have. A lot of people are still watching either free content, like let's say what's on YouTube, self-help videos, or watching things which also have advertising, right? On both. So they will both grow, they will both exist, they'll both coexist. And I believe that competition is healthy. What we need to see for is the digital content which is there having its own stream of large scale content, like TV has, active large scale content. That's what will really drive the force over there. And I'm not sure if I came across, but I did mention we have embarked on a journey to measure digital and TV and the fusion of both, which we should start taking out to the marketplace later next year.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Mr. Lula. Firstly, you did mention about the TV viewership, going down in terms of being the lowest currently, like in terms of Oscars, especially, right?
Oscars is watched by very few people. TV viewing has not gone down. We are still stable at last year's numbers, same time.
Right. So just wanted to reconfirm on that, Mr. Lula, that how do you feel the second wave has brought about any change in the TV viewership? That's one question which is coming from the audience.
I think on Thursday morning when the data gets released, people will see higher viewership. Now they will see that the category of news has gone up, right? So people are back to watching news because they are at home. It's not prime time. They are watching that. IPL is IPL. There is only one IPL. So that continues to be there. And the entertainment programming continue to hold. Some of the entertainment shows may be getting hit by IPL because it depends on the match. Movies continue to hold their forte despite not having many new movies over there. So TV is still a source of active engagement.
Right. Also, another question which is coming, Mr. Lula, is that how do you see things panning out last year in regards to assessing how TV advertising will pan out in the next quarter? Now, that's a question which is coming.
See, October to now, to April, to March, and I've seen the data up to last week on April, volumes continue to be stable. In fact, there is growth, right? Now that growth may be coming because advertisers are pushing their supply chain to ensure that, their business continues to grow. Many markets, many states have come under curfew starting as recently as this week and last week, and some are coming into curfew now. Now that may curtail the supply chain. So we have got to see what happens. If we remain under curfew or under restrictions, supply chains will get hit. If supply chains get hit, volumes will get hit. But what we are seeing now is every time markets unlock, there is an upward trend, a surge of advertising. And advertising is a barometer of optimism, of confidence, and leading to consumption. Now that consumption may be of digital products or services, maybe essentials, maybe other things. So safety is primarily the most important thing, right? And as long as people can remain safe, this may not be the best environment we are seeing right now, but we are hoping this comes under control and we should be able to see volumes go up. We've got many big events. We have IPL, we have the Olympics, we have the ICC World Cup. So we have many big events. And I think innately, everybody is optimistic that we will bounce back. Yes, we need some time, but we will bounce back.
Right. Mr. Lala, with your rich experience, I'd like to ask you, what's your advice to the advertisers who are advertising on TV right now? What's that, set of advice or your guidelines? What could you do on that front, Mr. Lala?
See, I said this last year very often, and I'm going to say this again this year. If you don't have a supply chain challenge, which is severe, and if people are out there and shopping continue to advertise in television. It is effective, it engages audience, it's a smart decision. If you have audiences that are also on digital, choose the fine balance that you need to in allocating your investments, but don't walk out of television because it's a medium that still goes home. It engages many individuals and it's consistent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lula. And before we wrap up, we've got a couple more minutes, but I'd really like your closing statement, with all that is happening. Towards the end, one thing which you'd like to talk to all the viewers who are watching us live, Mr. Lula, your bite on that.
So I think it's a competitive environment out there, 600 plus channels that are being measured. I think advertisers and the agencies are very smart when it comes to making choices that they choose for. I really believe that the medium is working in delivering audiences. Don't reflect on yourself as the audience. The people whom you are targeting maybe a person different from you, and they trust this medium. They may also be using digital services, and that's fine, right? But they continue to have faith in TV. The first thing you switch on is that. And we have seen this a number of times. Last year, we saw TV was being watched from 4 in the morning till 2 in the morning next day, which is very different that we've ever seen, right? Because people were scared. They have learned a lot better, but they are back again watching. They are watching a lot more news, right? And they're watching cricket on IPL. They're watching entertainment. So they need something. They need positive communication. If you're an advertiser out there, make your message relevant, make it positive, and build that bridge. There is no better time than now.
So make it relevant, make it positive, and build that bridge. There isn't any time more relevant than right now, says Mr. Lula. Thank you so much for being a part of TV First. We really value your participation today. And thank you for your valuable.
Thank you for having me here. Have a nice day. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much. God bless. So ladies and gentlemen, what a great conversation this turned out to be. And we're going to be joined by some of our eminent speakers on the other side, which is going to be on Playing to Win, the sports television game. But before we do that, I'd like to once again thank our co-powering partner, co-powered by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Let's quickly take a look at our partner AB.
न पाबंदी हो न कोई हद हो तो बस खुद बनाई सरहद हो। ये मुहिम है परतों में छिपे हर सच की तलाश की, सियासत पर रखी पैनी नजर और आंख की, खबरों की दुनिया में एक जिम्मेदार आवाज की, जुर्म और जुल्म के खिलाफ हर बेबस के लिए इंसाफ की। जब कोई हद नहीं इंसानियत के लिए जज्बात की, जब कोई हद नहीं खुशियों और ख्वाब की, तब कोई हद क्यों हो नए नजरिए और बदलाव की। तोड़ के हदों के ताले नए सपनों को पाले, बांधे सबको एक धागे, आपको रखे आगे। एबीपी न्यूज।
So, well, thank you so much to ABP News. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on just the next few minutes, we're going to be having some of our key panelists, our speakers, joining us on the session, Playing to Win, the sports television game. But I'd like to do something very interesting before we do that. We've been hashtagging #TV First, so you can all go to social media. I'm going to be live accessing e4m's Twitter handle and reading out what's been up since afternoon today. So we've had some key takeaways from our wonderful speakers. As Sunil Lula rightly said, that it's a competitive environment. Advertisers and agencies are smart, and TV medium delivers to the audience. And remember your consumer before deciding. People have faith in TV. Now, that's something which is said by Mr. Sunil Lula, whose session just got finished, who's the CEO of BARC India. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to be starting with our next session in the next few minutes. But it is all happening right now at this lovely event, TV First. Also, Mr. Lula had said that TV remained the trusted medium, effective for brands and governments 210 million homes have TVs in India, while 100 million are yet to get one. The growth lies ahead. So these are all some tweets which I'm handpicking from the e4m's social media. So all you got to do is go to the e4m Twitter handle right now, keep hashtagging TV First, do it on social media, be it Facebook, anywhere you'd like, and let's spread the word of all our learnings today. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, in just the next few minutes, we're going to be starting with this session. So I believe now that we have all our wonderful dignitaries who have joined us, I guess it is time to quickly move on. I would have loved to read more tweets out to you, but you could do so by going on to the E4M Twitter handle, and please read those tweets so that you can get to know more. Well, ladies and gentlemen, by the clock, it is now time for another interesting and enlightening panel discussion, which is going to be talking about playing to win the sports television game. And now it is time for me to welcome our eminent panelists. First up, Mr. Amit Heji, Head Marketing Automotive Lubricants Gulf Oil India. Ms. Komal Mehra, Head Sports Initiatives and Associations Usha International. Mr. Atit Mehta, Marketing Head Byju's. Ms. Shreya Sachdev, Head of Marketing Puma India. And this session chair is going to be Ruhel Amin, a Senior Editor, who's going to be joining us live as well. So firstly, I'd really like to thank all our eminent panelists for joining us. Thank you for being Thank you.
Thanks, Bhavna. I am here. I'm in a bad network, sorry. So my video would be off. And our moderator, Vani Gupta, had a last-minute emergency and she couldn't join us. But thank you, everyone, for joining us here on the panel. I would start. Our discussion is happening at a time in which we know we are surrounded by very tough times. But this is a panel that we had set up before this. So let me start with my first question. I want to come to you, Mr. Mehta, with my very first question is, tell me in your view, what makes sports genre the most effective platforms for marketeers? If we look around, especially last year as well, we saw the IPL was happening virtually and even before that. So what makes it the platform for marketeers?
Hi, Rohil. What makes sports the most effective genre? So see, you have to look at it in relative terms. Today, if you look at any other content, a genre, there are like 30 plus news channels who are showing news. There are like dime a dozen GC channels who are showing fiction plus non-fiction. So whenever sports is telecast, it's an exclusive airing and there is no other option. So a particular broadcaster buys out the rights. That particular broadcaster puts in good amount of packaging behind it and then telecast that particular sport. So if I'm watching sport, I have no other option, but it's an exclusive single window opportunity. Unlike everything else, that if I don't want to watch channel GCA, I have the option of watching channel GCB. It's not in sports, and that's the reason it makes it effective, apart from the regular stuff which we keep on reading and which we keep on using, which is the full family, it is entertainment, especially when it's cricket, and all those things are there. But the single largest factor, according to me, is the exclusivity in terms of the opportunity available to telecast a live sport.
Right. Ms. Sachdev, if I have to ask you the same question, how much do you agree with what Mr. Mehta said?
Absolutely. I think, we've seen this through the years. I think sport is, that one category which just seems to grow exponentially in terms of viewership. And I think to echo a couple of things that, Atit said, I think one, in terms of consumer sentiment, it's entertainment, but there's also a very strong emotional connect, with sports fans, people who view cricket as a religion. And, I think this is something that we've seen in India over the years. The viewership and the fanship is just growing. So it's a bit of entertainment. There's a lot of emotion. I think sports is also something that people look at in times of, especially times now, right, when the chips are down. I think it's something that people derive a lot of hope from. So I think from a consumer sentiment perspective, of course, it's extremely relevant. I think the audience profile is extremely diverse as well. You have all age groups. I think we're increasingly seeing that the viewership of women is going up. So I think, in terms of audience profile as well, I think it covers a huge spectrum of people. And of course, in terms of platforms, you have your traditional television, now you have OTT platforms. I think even in terms of the platforms that people would view sport on, I think we've just seen the number of those platforms increase. So I think sports as a genre is probably the most relevant genre that we have today, especially in India and especially at a time like this.
Right. Ms. Mehra, a slightly different perspective for you. From a consumer standpoint, rather than a marketer's standpoint, how do they see sports in your view these days? I mean, is it as relevant as we perceive it to be? On TV, on ground. What is the difference in your view?
Hello everyone, and I wish everyone to stay safe. To begin with, actually, sports, not just it's about marketing and it's about playing or watching. It's actually, there's a lot of message in it, which is what we do at Usha. We really want to communicate people about staying active and healthy. And I think the essence of playing sports is more significant in these times when we realize how important it is to have good immunity. Coming back to penetrating through cricket, yes, because it is again among the most watched. So it's a platform where we at our organization try to communicate people to stay active and healthy. And like I said, in today's time, it becomes more relevant to play even at home and just stay safe. So that's what we see more relevance of sports than just limiting it to marketing or brand.
Right. Mr. Geji, what are your thoughts on this? What, in your view, makes sports, the effective platform for marketeers? What are the big things that you see marketeers, kind of look at it?
So I think there are three things here. One, I think Atit touched upon, just to give you some numbers on that. When satellite television started, we had about maybe 18-20 GEC channels. Today there are 65, and there's OTT, right? So the general entertainment content has gotten divided over a lot of avenues to watch, whereas sports is still sports, right? Cricket is still cricket, and it's still Star Sports. Yes, there are language channels, but so that's why the loyalty and the affinity for a sports channel is higher among its TG compared to most other genres, right? So that's point number one. The other thing that I'd like to bring to the table, and because I come from an industry whose target audience is male, is that if you're looking to target men, right? And yes, of course, now IPL has added a lot of women viewership also to cricket. But if you're looking to target men, I think sports is again the way to go. There is relatively less spillover of media monies. And there are so many industries that target men, right? Whether they're OEMs, vehicle manufacturers, or engine oil brands like us, or a lot of gadgets, or those kinds. So that's the second point, which is the male TG part of it. Of course, what this also does is increase the CPRP of sports channels. With the affinity and the loyalty, they are able to command a slight premium as far as CPRP is concerned. And the third thing that I want to bring to the table is brands which promise performance of any kind, right? Sports is a natural fit for them because that's what sport teaches you, right? There's performance, there's passion, there's teamwork, right? Victory. If your brand revolves anywhere around these values, then sports is a natural fit for you. So I think sports genres become even more important for brands with a male TG and with a performance sort of oriented brand promise.
Right, I think very valid points here. Mr. Mehta, when we talk of sports, do we see it in a very narrow way? I mean, overall, have we just reduced the definition to maybe couple of, sporting games? How do we take a holistic view of looking at sports, as far as using it as a tool to reach out to consumers is concerned?
See, so this needs to be thought through in a slightly different way, Rohan. My viewpoint is that sports, whichever sports you take, it's people watch it whether physically or on television or on a digital platform is out of passion and the love for the game. Now, unfortunately, this is only dominated by cricket in India, and because for a sport to be followed, you need to have superstars. We have never seen superstars coming out of any other sport outside cricket. So in a way, it becomes very narrow, but if it needs to become very holistic, where multiple sports are getting the right level of weightage and right level of support from advertisers, it's the question that, are we in the right space of creating superstars over the next 1 decade? And then that following will happen. While we had multiple leagues starting, we had the Indian Soccer League, the Kabaddi League, the Badminton League, and all of them, but there are 1 or 2 guys who are there whom we know. If I ask you, name five players of the Indian hockey team, all of us will struggle because there are no superstars. If I tell you name 5 badminton players, you can only name 2 players and 2 ex-players. Well, if I ask you that name 30 players who play cricket, you will probably come with a list of hundreds. So because those are superstars. So from that aspect, it is still going to be narrow or narrow cast from a sport perspective, which is cricket, but broadcast can happen multiple sports if it's superstars coming in. But from a platform perspective, I think we are covering all angles. There is enough and more stuff happening on television, where Star has done a phenomenal job over the last 3-4 years. There is enough and more happening on the digital platform, and there is enough and more information happening on non-acquired rights medium, whether it is a website who's giving scores, or there is a lot of other places which gives you analysis, there is play along, and now fantasy. So sports with his peripheral activities is now really broadcast from what it was before.
Right. Ms. Sachdev, in your view, what are the other important leagues that marketers sporting genres that marketers look at? We saw the reason because there are not enough icons, from the rest of the, games. But what are the other games apart from cricket where marketers actively look at?
Sure. So I think, I agree with Atit that I think cricket by far exceeds in terms of viewership. But that being said, I think with the advent of OTT platforms, I think you've seen a bunch of leagues come in, whether it's the Indian Super League, which is on football, or the Pro Kabaddi League, or the Pro Wrestling League, right? So I think there is a shift towards viewership in terms of various sports. And I think football in particular is probably the fastest growing sport, not yet as high viewership as cricket, but growing extremely fast. I think we've seen that as well. We sponsor 2 teams, the Bombay FC and Bangalore Football Club, and I think we've seen that viewership and fanship grow year on year. Even speaking about footballers, I think people like Sunil Chhetri, while they probably are not as well known as cricketers, I think they've pretty much established sports credibility in terms of being referred to as a cricketer and a footballer and a superstar. I think Chhetri is right there in terms of globally comparable achievements as well. So I do think that if marketers were to bank on another sport beyond cricket, I think football would be the one to bet on in the coming years.
Right. Ms. Mehra, what are the ways in which we can, in your view, are there any solutions to this, looking at sports in this narrow definition? What are your thoughts? I mean, how can this be addressed in your view?
So Ruhail, again, I would like to bring to the fact that actually for us, sports started for keeping active and healthy lifestyle. And for that, actually, we work a lot on inclusion projects. So I won't limit to just having superstars, which Atit rightly says, because it brings in aspirational value. So people, you don't have to seed in players. People come on their own. Having said that, providing platforms at the grassroots, which is the initiative where you reach out to people, talk about the benefits of playing, and creating such platforms where there is opportunity for athletes, like we are associated with Blind Relief Association, we are associated with Divyang League, which is for differently able, to even doing grassroots initiative for the sport like Ultimate Frisbee, which currently is not in India, an American sport, but it has really helped us transform people as far as sportsmanship, spirit of the game is concerned, and the quality of life. Uh, yes, viewership and those things are important to bring in that aspiration for them to join themselves. Having said that, I think initiatives at the grassroots also bring in marketing as an opportunity to connect directly with the communities and sports to help them grow and develop as healthier and fitter human beings.
Right, right. Mr. Geji, it's also said that sports, the loyalty that you witness in sports doesn't exist in many other, kind of, I will call in this case programming. Do you, one, agree with it? Second is, how can other sporting, genres become more important? What should they do, in your view, to get this monopoly of cricket that we see these days?
Right. So yes, of course, sports, and I briefly touched upon that in the last question. Sports has loyal fans, right? And that's not going to go away anytime soon. Because I mean, let's face it, cricket has been around for more than 100 years, right? My dad, me, and my son, all three sit in front of the TV and watch IPL, right? So that kind of loyalty towards sports and cricket is never going to go away. As to your second question of what other sports can do, that's honestly a tough one, because you've seen that, and it's very impressive and encouraging that big corporates have also supported leagues like ISL and PKL, and Star Sports has taken such a huge initiative to promote these games over the last 4, maybe more years. But unfortunately, the TVR still languish, right? I mean, PKL and ISL have a TVR of about 0.04 at best, whereas an IPL is at 5 or 6. So to build that, it's going to be a tough one, but I think it has to be ground up, right? You have to start from schools and colleges, and you're seeing that in bits and pieces in some major metro cities to start with among the school kids, but it has to spread to tier 2 towns, and you have to take the young generation along for you to build on any particular sport. We ourselves, we count among our brand ambassadors MS Dhoni, Hardik Pandya, and we have a tie-up with Chennai Super Kings as well. But by the way, globally, we are also associated with Manchester United, and we tried doing some stuff with Manchester United on ground as well as on air here. It's not going to give you the same result, unfortunately, right? So globally, of course, it's a great association to have, and in India also we leverage it, and we do talk to Manchester United fans, and we have had good response. Our content has been more fan-centric when it comes to Manchester United. So we had something interesting called a chief fan officer who taught fans how to be the perfect fan. So that kind of stuff needs to continue. And like I said, you have to build a sport ground level up, right from schools and colleges.
Right. I was just reading a lot of people in this context, what has happened nowadays, are saying that, the sports is continuing and there's pandemic around, and there's another section of thought with things that is so important. A lot of people who are recovering, they're finding solace in this. Just come to you, Mr. Mehta. Is there a playbook, to deriving the most out of spending on sports? is there are there steps that we've seen Baiju's association with cricket. What are the ways one can amplify and get the maximum out of it, in your view?
Yeah, so see, then it all depends upon that what is the scale of your sponsorship or association. One, B is your understanding of your consumer and the sport and how that can be married. And C, do you have the money after doing the first part to support it? If you're able to have all these three things as a tick mark, then you can do multiple stuff. So if you look at international sports, whether it is the FIFA events or the ICC events, the amount of excitement and engagement they create outside the stadium. Unfortunately, in India, we don't have that level of infrastructure where we can have fan zones created. We do it outside the stadium. Yeah. Now you can do that if you believe that this is going to help you. It costs money, it takes effort and time. So it's completely dependent upon that what you want to do. And if you have the investments, then do it well. There is no point being penny wise, pound foolish. At least as for sports and activating and leveraging sports is concerned.
Right. Ms. Sachdev, your thoughts, how to derive the maximum out of, using sports as a platform to reach out to your consumers?
Sure. So I think the ironic thing about sports as a marketing platform is obviously given the growing viewership, you have a bunch of brands who are now invested in some sport or the other. Because of that, obviously, there is a barrage of, content and advertising targeted towards these sports consumers, right? And because of that, I think it's important to be 100% clear that when you communicate with the sports fan, what you say and how you say it is extremely important. And if you're not doing something that's very different or disruptive, you're not going to stand out compared to, the barrage of content that they basically face every day, right? Because everybody is pretty much advertising to the sports fan today. So I think while you plan how to advertise to them, I think it's extremely important to focus on what you want to say and how you want to say it. I think with the advent of digital and OTT platforms, I think the one interesting thing that has happened is that we've pretty much broken the fourth wall, right? So the consumer is no longer now a mute spectator. They actually get to participate in the action, right? And if everybody who's been watching the IPL would actually go to Hotstar, you can see consumers actually participate in the excitement, right? You can post selfies of yourself with the team that you're supporting. You can participate in polls. You can write comments. So it's really about how engaging and interactive you can make the experience for the sports fan. I think what's also important to remember is now that sports stars and cricketers and footballers are a lot more accessible thanks to social media. I think one way that you can really capture the attention of the sports fan is through more authentic conversations and more authentic content, rather than very branded content or something that that doesn't really achieve the purpose of associating or making a sports fan feel more connected with the sports or the athlete that they support. So I think it's extremely important to keep these two things in mind. And if you're able to solve for these two, you're really understanding the sports fan and how they behave and what they look for in the sport that they're following. So I think if you can keep these two in mind, that's where you will probably really make a difference and differentiate yourself from everybody else who's out there who's trying to get the mind space of a sports fan. And I think I remember reading the stat somewhere that I think the online sports fan right now probably has an attention span of 8 seconds, which is lesser than a goldfish, right? A goldfish has an attention span of 9 seconds. So it's a tough, task for marketeers to ensure that even within those 8 seconds, they do something that's so different and disruptive that you actually permeate the subconscious of the sports fans. So I think that's, according to me, the way to go. And that's what we do with the kind of content and the kind of engagements that we put out as Puma.
So right, I think it's a challenge to capture and get that attention from consumers in this multi-screen world where they just hop from one platform to another. Coming to you, Ms. Mehra, when you associate with any sporting event, what are the things that you look at, that make you, that kind of convinces you that, look, this is what I'm getting out of it?
So Rural, for as far as sports is concerned, there are big plethora we are connected with. There are grassroots initiatives, like I mentioned, to IPL, where we are associated with Mumbai Indians. The idea is actually, like I said, the transformation. For us, take you from Shreya. The destructive part is to actually help people transform, become active and healthy. So we try and associate where we can encourage or provide platforms, and provide is the wrong word, but we can be part of their journey where they love sports, but they don't have option or we just love to be part and sponsor such associations where there is that need, but there is that desire to play. That's one thing we definitely look at. But when I look at something like Mumbai Indians, we held all our heroes at the Divyang League or Blind Relief, where we spoke about them and their stories. We had one of a beautiful kid, Ankur Dhama. He's a Arjuna awardee, but I guess nobody spoke about him, and he got Arjuna award when Virat Kohli got. So it gave us an opportunity to bring him out there with the help of Mumbai Indians, since the penetration with cricket is really, really nice. We went out and we created his story out there, talking about how he played, how he won a gold medal in America for India. So these are the beautiful stories which help us. So yes, we look at something like this, and definitely consumer association through our contests. We do it on digital platforms to connect with or talk to the players, get an opportunity, play some fun games, and that's another way to connect. But more so importantly, I would say, to create platforms and inclusive opportunities for people who want to play.
Right.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Geji, you have heard all your co-panelists speak about it. Tell me your brand story. How do you try to get the maximum out of association, and make sure the impact is what you have envisioned?
So there are two ways to look at leveraging a sports association, right? That there's a traditional way which will tell you that if or rather a sponsorship. There's a traditional way which tells you if you're spending X amount of money on a sponsorship, you need to spend 4x or 5x to make sure that you're leveraging that association right. Then you will, let's say if we tie up with the Chennai Super Kings or Mumbai Indians for that matter, you then create content around it and spend money on promoting it such that your brand is seen in that context, and then you give whatever message you want to give. There is another interesting way of looking at it, and honestly, even I was sort of a bit surprised to read this from one of the marketing experts on Twitter, where he talked about the fact that it depends on how high involvement or low involvement your category is, right? If your category is low involvement, then all the consumer needs to do is to remember your brand when he's going out to purchase, right? Let me give you an example. Engine oil, fairly low involvement category. When you go to a car garage and you hand over your car, and the mechanic suggests to you that, sir, can I use Gulf oil instead of a typical Castrol, right? Castrol is a brand that everybody knows. So can I use Gulf oil, right? Now, if you've seen Gulf oil, if you've heard Gulf oil in the right perspective and in the right context, then you're not going to oppose him. Also because the mechanic is the expert, right? So in such cases, all you need to do as a brand is to create awareness in a certain context. Now, we being on the chest of Chennai Super Kings does that for us, right? So, and then you put your money and energy into other things, into educating the mechanics, for example, on how the product is better, so that he can sell in turn to the customer, right? So it depends on which category you're talking about. If it's a high involvement category, of course, you need to go ahead and create all that messaging and the brand promise you need to communicate to the consumers. If not, then I think purely awareness can be your objective, spont awareness can be your objective, and just a logo on the chest will do it for you.
Right. Mr. Mehta, to you, this often touched question about attention deficit, that is there, of course, and it's every year. How do you come to terms with it? Every time it's a challenge, and do you look at the metrics of the campaign that you rolled out the previous year? Do you have a team in place, a research team? I mean, how do you listen to the consumers and tweak it to make it more engaging?
No, so there are two aspects to that, Rohil. One is the overall ROI measurement. Unfortunately, all these deals are round the year. Once you've signed the deal, you can't cancel. There are penalties. So one will take a instinctive gut feel, research-based, all the tools and ammunition one needs to have to take a decision. Once the decision taken, you live with it. There is nothing you can do. I can't cancel the Byju's jersey sponsorship on the cricket team. There is something which is a penalty and all those things. So yeah, if you have taken it, then you live with it. But as far as the day-to-day interaction and engagement with the fan is concerned, that will play a very significant role in establishing the brand at a level which will drive the core proposition which the brand wants to drive. So for us, it is all about keep learning, keep winning. So yeah, whenever there are winning moments, we talk about it. There is a lot of content which is there, which is shareable. There's a lot of content which comes from the authority that one has become a sponsor. So there is enough and more scope to drive this. There are negative pieces, there are positive pieces, and that's always going to happen. Nobody is going to give you all 100 on 100, and nobody is going to give you 0 on 100. There will be a 90-10 split with 90% people talking positives and 10 people talking negatives. So it's all about then managing the expectation, ensuring that the positivity or the positive connotation is then carried forward, it is shareable, you create some small snackable content on the spot, real-time basis, because the shelf life is 3 hours, 4 hours, or 1 day. Yeah, because an event has happened, something has happened in a sports ground, and one needs to activate. So yeah, there is enough and more support, infrastructure, tech, and people to drive that thing. But more importantly, it is all about responding on time. And if one has made a mistake, at least on this part, then you should be also have the courage to apologize rather than fighting it out because you have made a mistake and somebody's arguing. You keep on arguing. It doesn't make sense. If you made a mistake, apologize, move on. But if you have a good content, it's very, very important that you amplify it and then try to spread it.
Right. Miss Sachdev, there is a behavioral shift that happens. There's a cyclic behavioral shift that consumers undergo. That's what, some marketeers point out to. So how do you, one, keep track of that, and second, make it more engaging and, make sure that they watch your campaigns, they are there?
Sure. So I think in terms of, shifts, I think the rate at which consumer behavior changes now is much faster than it used to be. And I think it's important to keep a track of changes at literally a weekly level, right? And this is something that we've seen in the pandemic happen in a very, very strong way. Literally behavior on the platform shifts. What platforms you choose to be present on, what type of content you choose to engage with, completely shifts basis the situation, right? And that's more relevant now, I would say, than ever, given that we're in the middle of a pandemic. The kind of content that consumers want to see now and the messaging that they want to see from brands is very different than what it would have been were we not in the middle of a situation as we are now, right? So I think the first step is to always keep an eye on the consumer pulse, understand what the consumer really wants to hear from you in the moment, and respond accordingly. That's when you really gain consumer trust. That's when you really gain consumer attention, rather than just going ahead with the content that you planned originally. So I think being extremely agile, shifting to how the consumers reacting and responding in the moment is extremely critical. And you have to be willing to sort of step back and change what you're communicating in the moment. So I think that's one. I think the second is, of course, you have to put out content that really resonates with the consumer, right? So something that I mentioned earlier as well, I think authentic conversation, seeing a side to the people that they idealize, that they would have not seen before. Being made to feel like you are a part of the conversation, you are an important member of the ecosystem. I think that's extremely critical as well, because, like I said, with the advent of social media, consumers are no longer just mute spectators, right? They are pretty much participants in this ecosystem as well. And giving them that opportunity to participate then becomes another way to sort of, engage with them in a much stronger way and ensure that you've got their undivided attention.
Right.
That being said, I think I will just sign this off with, in the current situation that we're in, I think the best thing that brands can do is to realize when not to advertise, right? I think there's a point where you need to sort of step back and say, hey, at this point, this is not relevant. So no matter how cool my content is or how exciting my campaign is, this is not the right moment, right? And I think timing, especially in a situation like this, becomes super, super critical as well.
Right. Valid points raised, and I have 5 minutes left. In fact, 4 minutes. I want to come quickly to Ms. Mehra and Mr. Geji. Tell me, taking from where Ms. Sachdev left it, to make it more contextual. For example, we had our original content planned, and something happened, and now when we look at it, maybe it appears very different. How are brands now coming to terms with it? First, this question to you, Ms. Mehra. The context has changed a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot, actually.
Actually, I think it's when it comes to being a marketer, we are humans first. We ourselves are also there at the receiving end. And I think the perception, the change, we all are part of it. Being compassionate, coming from what we also personally experience, is something that one has to take into consideration while doing anything. Shreya rightly mentioned we should be sensitive as far as the content is concerned, but the shift definitely is something which we all are party to. So the shift happens because we all are at the receiving end for something or the other. And I think that understanding, that compassion, when that is involved, when that empathy for the consumer is there, the content is, I think, easily manageable, and the platform and where to advertise and when. And and one more thing I want to mention here is actually, talking about sports or being supporting sports during pandemic time. It is not such a bad thing, because there is a bigger pandemic which may spread, which is fear, and which one should be more worried about. And rather than spreading fear, we should come together, work together, and fight it with more, not with gloom, but with more strength. And I think that plays an important role. And I think sports bring that lightness to life. So that's pretty much my thing.
Right. Perfect. And final words from you, Mr. Geji. How do marketers become, agile? Of course they have to be, but how do they tweak when, for example, 10 days back, it was a different messaging, a different situation, and suddenly you are in a different environment, how can marketers quickly tweak, address this, and, is there a way to address such a crisis, when your original messaging is already in place?
Yeah, so I think that the most important thing for a marketer is to listen, right? It sounds surprising because marketers are used to talking and communicating one way to their consumers, but I think listening is probably more important because you need to continuously understand the pulse of the consumer, right? Now let's take the example over the last 1 year, right? Last April, May, June, there was the first wave of COVID. IPL was scheduled then, it was cancelled. All the brands cancelled their advertising, saying this is not the right time, and that was the right thing to do. Come November, December, things had started to get a little better. The first wave had started sort of dying down almost. And IPL actually, then people had doubts about whether even then IPL should be conducted or not. But it came as actually a glimmer of hope, right? If you see the TVRs, 2020 IPL actually performed better than 2019 IPL, and by quite a few points, right? So actually people appreciated that, because it was what we also don't talk about in such situations is the mental health parameter, right? Yes, there is COVID, but also when you're cooped up at home all day long, working, unseemly hours, ungodly hours, you need an outlet of relief, and sometimes sports can actually be that outlet, right? Sports can be that outlet, even humor can be that outlet for that matter. Now, again, the situation has changed with the second wave. So Shreya rightly mentioned that you should also know when not to advertise, when not to talk about your brand. And you just need to be sensitive about these things as a marketer, even if your content is ready and if it doesn't suit the current context, then you need to know that you have to pull it out, right? And maybe work on something else that is a little more sympathetic, empathetic towards the consumer, at the same time not seeming a force fit with regards to the brand and the brand promise that you have, right? So I think once you listen to the consumer, really are aware of what's happening on ground, then these decisions become easier for you as a marketer.
Absolutely. And I'm completely out of time. And thank you so much for joining us, even in this difficult time that we are in. And stay safe and stay strong. Thank you. Over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you, Rumel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruhel, for moderating.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumo. Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, Amit. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, what a fantastic session that was. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to our next power-packed session. Well, our next speaker has over 45 years of experience in marketing and advertising, of which the last 32 years has been entrepreneurial. He's somebody who served as a president or chairman of almost every industry body in the country. He's currently the head of the completely Indian-owned Madison World, which offers services in 11 specialized functions in advertising, media, business analytics, out-of-home, PR, retail, rural, activation, entertainment, and sports. Well, with this, let me invite Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, who's going to be talking on TV for brands most trusted and most effective. Thank you so much, Mr. Balsara, for joining us with this. If I may request you to kindly unmute yourself and put your video on.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, friends. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Balsara.
Yes, we can. Okay. So it's my pleasure to talk to all of you at this seminar. And thank you, Naval, for inviting me once again to speak at this rather provocatively titled webinar called TV First. Now, I say provocatively because there's always a little bit of intermedia rivalry for advertising money among different mediums. And the pandemic has made media money even more precious. I would like to set at rest the anxiety of my media friends, irrespective of what medium they belong to, because I think a few pandemic years don't count for much in a medium's life in the long term, because advertising money in India, I feel, is going to sharply increase over the next decade. Now, why do I say so? Firstly, the Indian economy is one of the top 6 of the world and is expected to grow at a healthy rate of 6 to 8%. Whilst the global average of advertising spend as percent of GDP is close to 0.8%, in India, today we are just at around 0.3%, giving us a second dimension to grow. So there's a double whammy working for media. And thirdly, and probably this is a lesser known fact, that whilst Indian consumers have almost doubled the time spent on media in the last 6 years, we still spend only 1/3 the time on media as US citizens do. 4.6 hours in India versus 11.8 hours in US. Also, whilst time spent in US has saturated and is stagnant, in India, it has almost doubled from 2.7 to 4.6 hours in the last 6 years, providing us or telling us that there's more headroom to grow media consumption. Fourthly, and more importantly, India is witnessing growth in consumption across all media, whereas in US, digital is growing at the expense of all other media, as this chart shows you. So in India, it's not one medium against the other. Coming back to the title of this seminar, let's see what the market we call ADEX has to say. Share of television in the last 10 years has remained steady, only marginally declined to 37.4% after 10 years, despite emergence of digital, which took away 31% of the market. In fact, in depressed 2020, TV grew its share by 4 percentage points to a dominant 41.6%. Secondly, during the same period, share of print declined by a third from 41.9 to 29.7 in 2019, before declining to 22% in 2020, which was an abnormal drop because of the pandemic. I'm sure print will recover most of this share that it lost in 2020. During the pandemic in 2020, television was the first to bounce back by July or August. And four, there is no doubt that television is the preferred medium of the big boys of advertising. Look at this fact. Top 100 advertisers spend 54% of their total advertising budget on television. And this is despite there being so much talk about digital and digital accounting for 31% of ADEX. In pandemic year 2020, in fact, they increased their reliance on TV spending by 67%. Now let's see why large advertisers prefer television. Is it on a whim, or is it for strong, validated reasons? At Madison Media, we have been using for strategic planning for some time a framework that focuses on outcomes, on the results that media input produces, on parameters like sales, market share, penetration, number of users, and whatnot, in addition to what I call interim measures like GRP, reach frequency, CPT, etc. This model most often throws up TV as the preferred or as the base medium to use. At Madison, we believe TV remains the largest medium, especially for big advertisers, because of four main reasons. First, TV boosts brand profitability. Second, it accelerates brand penetration, which is very important to grow a brand. Three, TV offers a halo effect for other media to perform. And four, TV dials up trust. Let's take a closer look at each of these four. First, why does TV boost brand profitability, or does it? Here is a study done by Ubiquity and Gain Theory that is based on 1954 observations. It concludes that 70% of the attributable profits to media can be attributed to television, followed by print at 18%. Other media, as you can see, are much lower. Our own Madison analytics show this is because whilst other media may be able to offer higher sales uplift in the immediate term, their ability to do this at scale is limited. You can see in this chart that whilst for many mediums, marginal return turns flat very quickly, TV goes on producing marginal return even at higher spends. We know that this is the reason many digital brands also use TV, and on the back of TV have become mega brands with multi-billion-dollar valuations. Another study by two acknowledged UK experts, Leigh Bennett and Peter Field, who analyzed UK IPA data of nearly 40 years, shows, as you can see in this chart's blue line, that emotional priming builds long-term volume increase, whereas rational messages like offers drive only short-term sales before they collapse again. As we all know by now, TV is great because of its storytelling ability using both video and audio. And this audio-video format lends itself to communicating emotions or appeal to the consumer's heart. Our second point is that TV drives brand penetration. As this study of Indian brands by Bain, based on Kantar World Panel data, shows that increased penetration indeed leads to increase in sales. As is well known, most brand leaders in India have higher penetration, or the other way around, that they become brand leaders after getting or because they have greater penetration. I'd like to make an observation here. Very often I feel brands, in their desire to sharply define the core target audience, define them very narrowly and miss out on media's ability to drive what should be the number one objective, which is improving penetration. A popular hair care brand was only targeting affluent metro women defined as SECAB metro women. Based on this definition, TV was minimized as it would have led to spillover wastage. But a more detailed analysis showed that the defined TG accounts for less than a third of the brand's existing user base. TV then selected itself when the target audience was made broader to cover a higher percentage of user base, and then share and penetration both improved. We all know that across categories today, rural and small towns contribute significantly to total sales. 45 to 51% of sales of detergents, mosquito repellents, hair oil, and tea come from these areas. And 53% of online shoppers in 1920 came from these areas. In 21, when the number of online shoppers have increased dramatically because of the pandemic, I'm sure these geographies contribute even more online shoppers. TV, as we know, has the largest penetration amongst audiences, 840 million, almost double that of print or digital. And source of growth analysis often points to use of TV medium to reach these consumers. reach of TV also has continued to grow across pop strata and age groups. TV enables you to increase your brand's penetration at lowest CPT, an important parameter that most brands seem to use today. A third reason is that TV offers a halo effect to other media. Last year at this event, I spent considerable time on this subject, but I would like to reinforce the point again today. Multiple studies have shown that use of TV greatly increases digital's performance. This Accenture study shows that standalone digital could reduce ROI to an index of 82. Addition of TV increases ROI to an index of 110. Every time there is a TV ad, search volume for the brand goes up, and Google will confirm that to you. At Madison, we have a tool called Matchpoint that attributes responses to TV spots. It also demonstrates that TV cover helps digital's performance. I'm also sharing with you some nuggets on TV itself. In this Matchpoint analysis that we did for a fintech direct marketing client, we concluded that primary GEC channels are neither the most effective or most efficient. Smaller channels have comparable response per spot, but at much lower cost per spot. Also, non-prime time seems to score over prime time. For a gourmet meat delivery startup, we discovered that content integration and cuisine shows delivered higher response. My final point is that TV dials up trust for a brand. The Edelman Trust Barometer tells us that 70% of consumers are saying they have to trust a brand before they can buy it, and trust is more important today than ever before. Research shows that TV gets higher numbers for a medium's ability for making a brand well-known, popular, and successful, all attributes that go to build trust in a brand. Some brands who have built trust with consistent TV presence, according to me, are Godrej, Fevicol, Vico, Dettol, Asian Paints, Guddy, Amul, and Colgate. Of course, there are hundreds more. So then is my position that those who can afford the minimum investments in making a high quality, effective film invest just in TV? No, not really. And this is not true anymore. It may have worked in the 90s, but it's not adequate or enough today. The media environment has changed and become a lot more complex and fragmented. In a noisy, fragmented media world, whilst getting audience attention is difficult, for a brand, it is critical. Some study has shown that people today now lose concentration in as little as 8 seconds, 1 second lower than the old ill-focused goldfish. So then how do you garner attention in today's media world? I want to share with you 3 learnings based on our experience. The first is use multimedia because it works better than single media. Secondly, invest in impact. And thirdly, innovate whilst using media. Using M Spectra, a Madison tool, Madison Business Analytics concludes that generally speaking, all things being equal, if TV delivers an ROI of 100, TV plus digital can deliver an ROI of 150, and TV plus print or TV plus radio can deliver ROI of 120. Of course, budgets remaining the same. So multimedia, we have seen over and over again, delivers better on whatever you are measuring. Also, Madison Business Analytics has built various mixed models with awareness as outcome, which show that impact GRPs work 3x harder, especially when the product's decision maker is male or the category is nascent. Why does what the TV industry and we call impact programs work better despite their higher cost? 4 reasons according to me. First, they offer you lower ad avoidance. At the extreme, for example, loss of audience during ad breaks in IPL is minimal. Secondly, they help create tribal moments when entire family and friends watch together. And this, I believe, helps in creating brand preference. Thirdly, they are generally accompanied by high frequency promos, which are integrated with the sponsor's message. And television channels offer you integration of your brand if you are the sponsor or the co-sponsor into the editorial content of such an impact program. Here is an example from our book. TVS Motors launched Jupiter scooters in 2013 with an integration on Quick Big Boss. It led to quick awareness buildup, demonstrated seriousness of TVS in the scooters category, and dealers reported that walk-ins improved with consumers asking for Big Boss Wala scooter, a big high for us. On the right, see the share price movement of TVS post Jupiter launch. Whilst I'm not implying a direct correlation between the share price and the use of Big Boss for TVS Motors, the Big Boss integration definitely helped build confidence and trust among all employees, dealers, and consumers. So in conclusion, I'd like to summarize that TV is the largest in AdX, not because of a whim, but for advertiser validated reasons of driving profit, providing halo to other media, driving penetration, and dialing up trust. The winning formula today is to use multimedia with TV as base to invest in what is known as impact programs and to innovate whilst using media. One of the ways is to integrate in television shows. I must end by saying it's TV first today But in a few years, Naval, we will have to retitle this seminar AV first or audio video first, because I think combining TV with the video part of digital is going to be an unassailable combo that is going to dominate ADEX even more in the years to come. Thank you for listening to me, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Balsara, for that. We'd really like to ask you a couple of questions if time allows. Would that be okay, Mr. Balsara?
Yes, sure.
So, Mr. Balsara, we're just accumulating certain questions from the back end in terms of what the audience has asked. But right away, I'd really like to ask, how do you feel that the second wave has got the TV viewership in terms of its evolution, Mr. Balsara? What's your take on that?
Whilst, of course, the second wave has caught most of us unawares, and we were getting ready for a rather good 2021, I do feel that all the authorities concerned have realized that it's very important to somehow keep the economy going. So I'm reasonably confident that the impact on the economy, or the negative impact on the economy, is going to be much less than it was the first time round, when we were all caught unprepared and the government took the unprecedented action of a complete lockdown for many months. This time, I think the government is going to be a lot more careful, because they understand that we need to have lives and livelihood. We need to have a livelihood also to keep the lives going, especially in a country like India, where there is so much of an informal economy. So I am hoping that this time the impact is going to be much less, and hopefully also much shorter.
Right. We also really hope that the impact is much less and hopefully much more shorter. Mr. Balsara, also with such a rich experience you carry, what's your advice to the advertisers out there? Something which you feel could really help them who are viewing us live right now, Mr. Balsara?
Well, I just gave you my take on what is the formula required for creating a successful brand: to use multimedia, to use impact, to use innovation, and use media creatively. And in addition to just putting on, vanilla spots, to understand the medium, understand the editorial and programming on it, and try and use it intelligently, to further your brand message and embed it in your customer's mind.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Balsara, for that. Well, Mr. Balsara, just towards the end, final few questions we'd just like to ask you. You'd already spoken about the evolution of viewership. You've spoken about your advice to the advertisers. Also, just before we part ways, Mr. Balsara, what's that thing you'd like to, before we conclude, say to all the ones who are watching us? Because a lot of people in the industry really look forward to, interacting with you and understanding what your viewpoints are. How do you feel a person's strategy should be, let's say 3 to 6 months down the line, coming forth? Mr. Balsara, if any guidance you could give on that as well in terms of the to-do plans, how to stay positive, Mr. Balsara, during this time. Anything, if you'd like to comment on the same, Mr. Balsara.
Well, I think it's simple. I think I would say, of course, we must remain positive, and whilst, of course, for public limited companies, public listed companies, whilst I understand that to maintain profits or to protect profits is an overarching requirement. I do also feel that an overarching requirement is to maintain brand. And once you lose market share in today's India, it becomes very, very difficult and very, very expensive to gain it back. And therefore, I would urge advertisers not to take a hasty action in, cutting out their advertising support plans, to do it judiciously only if you have to. I heard just, I think, in the middle of last week, Mr. Sodhi of Amul, who had a brilliant case study. He said in early April of last year, he decided to actually step up advertising in the heat of the lockdown. And he gave us some facts and figures to say that has paid Amul very rich dividends.
Right, Mr. Balsara. Definitely there's so much to learn from your session, from your experience, and every word has been a pearl of wisdom for all the viewers and everybody who seeks guidance from you, Mr. Balsara. Once again, heartily, we thank you for joining us today on behalf of e4m. I'd like to express my gratitude once again. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Bhavna.
Pleasure, Mr. Balsara. See you on the other side. Thank you. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was one epic session, and we'd got Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World. What a great session on TV for brands most trusted and most effective. Well, I hope you all are having a great time, and please keep hashtagging our official hashtag. Couldn't get more simpler than hashtag TV first. So I'd love all of you who are watching us live to please hashtag. Let's spread the word out during this time and get everyone to know what's happening on the TV first platform. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is my honor to call upon our next speaker. Well, our next session is by someone who absolutely needs no introduction. He's been working with Asian Paints since the last 30 years in various capacities across sales, marketing, and manufacturing. He's currently working as the MD and CEO of Asian Paints, overlooking business of more than 18,900 crores in India. He has been responsible of propelling the Asian Paints brand into a league of its own and has initiated a lot of new initiatives to grow the business over the last decade. He's somebody who's closely associated with color and is also called the game changer for bringing color into the AP strategy. He's also a member of the color marketing group CMG USA and a keen member of the AP Color Next Trends group. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome none other than Amit Singhal, MD and CEO, Asian Paints. Well, I'd really like to welcome you with a huge round of applause. And I hope a lot of people in the audience, Mr. Singhal, could also clap along from wherever they are watching. So a lot of applause coming right there. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Over to you. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, thank you, Bhavna, for inviting me over here. And it's great to be on this platform.
Pleasure, sir. Feeling great to have you. Over to you. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Okay, as part of, being here and looking at TV first in terms of what is there, I wanted to just share some, thoughts which I had in terms of, how TV as a media has been really very, very strong in terms of building brands. And while we see that there is an emergence of lots of other media mixes which are kind of coming up, but I think TV still kind of reigns supreme to that extent in terms of the way it is to that extent. So I wanted to share a small presentation with you, and I'll take some quick time and not bore you in terms of some, dairy facts or something like that, but just share some stuff which are thoughts emanating from how as a brand we have used TV in a very strong way. So I'm just sharing my screen in terms of, so hope my screen is visible, and there we go.
Thank you.
So I think the whole essence of this session is all about how building brands with TV first is the most trusted and the most effective way in terms of what we kind of do. We all are aware in terms of some of the facts and figures that today when we look at TV as a primary screen for overall Indian households, we reach out to more than 892 million viewers who are kind of residing across 210 million households. So I think that's a huge ambit in terms of what you are able to touch just by being on this media. And for example, that any brand which has got a pan-India presence and is really kind of all across the country into the hinterland as well, this is a media which really maximizes the reach and, to be very, very effective. It is something which you can use to really build brands and keep your saliency high. And obviously all this comes at a cost, which you can really see that over a period of time, this is something which can really be kind of taken on, because that's the cost which finally flattens out as you look at the whole area of the brand equity which you have built up with this kind of media. Obviously, I think 2020, I think the year of TV, and some people say the year of digital, but I would say that very clearly, I think overall, when we see the entire unprecedented situation, I think we saw so many people just glued onto the television, and looked at various things in terms of what they were there. And therefore, I think the kind of eyeballs which you were getting were pretty strong to that extent. Overall viewership grew by, 9% as per the data which has been published. TV household ownership in rural markets also grew by 9%. And if you look at the Hindi speaking markets, that was also a growth of about 8%. And overall at the, all India level at about by 7%. Okay. IPL viewership in 2020 for the opening match was a record by itself, I think, which kind of really justifies that any impact property like that can really kind of shake the viewership in a very, very strong manner. Overall, I think as we saw 2020, a very, very difficult year, really unprecedented the way it kind of really went. We saw that TV was a very, very strong choice media across households in a very strong way. So I think these are some things which I'm sure all of you know, and this is something which is there. I wanted to just now take you through some game changers, which at Asian Paints we have used when we have looked at TV in a very, very strong way. And I wanted to give you a short and crisp case study in terms of the whole area of how we really built up a brand, which is the whole area of Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai. I'm sure you're all familiar with this. And, way back in 2000, when we started, early 2000, when we started this, okay, we said that let's look at in terms of how we could kind of really build this across over the years and see how its progression in TV can be, which can really give us a brand which really connects. So I think what we really learned at that point of time, that emotional advertising works the best. And we really looked at connecting with the people in a very, very strong way. And what we soon learned was that, it is definitely, and this is obviously an estimate, but it is definitely about 1.5 times more effective as compared to functional. And therefore, it also has a very, very strong residual value in terms of, as we see in terms of going. I'd like to just share, a masterpiece at that point of time, what we created, and that started the whole journey of Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai.
चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है। छत बताती है ये किसका आसमां है, रंग कहते हैं किसका ये जहां है, कमरों में किसकी कल्पना झलकती है, इस फर्श पर नंगे पैर किसके बच्चे चलते हैं, कौन चुन चुन के इसे प्यार से सजाता है, कौन इस मकान में अपना घर बसाता है। हर घर चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है। Asian Paints, क्योंकि हर घर कुछ कहता है।
So effective was the entire communication that, the kind of feedback which we got. I think people cried, people related to the whole emotional quotient very, very strongly. And obviously there was a master craftsman, Piyush, who had rendered his voice, which I think really kind of made a cut through in terms of the overall media. And that started our progression in terms of the whole journey going ahead. And then we looked at going in terms of a step further and say that, as we kind of keep on building this on the TV, what is it that we can do? And in the year 2007, we looked at in terms of seeing a different facet of this Har Ghar. So whereas the first facet was more internal, we looked at Har Ghar in a very strong way, where even the external connect with the home comes in very, very strongly. And this is what we did.
कैसे एक मकान चुपके से घर बन जाता है, क्यों उस घर का दरवाजा हरदम खुला नजर आता है, क्यों पड़ोसी अपने घर से ज्यादा इस घर में नजर आते हैं, कभी दाल कभी चीनी कभी दालचीनी मांगने आ जाते हैं, पोस्टमैन भी सिर्फ नाम देख के चिट्ठी ले आता है, एग्जाम से पहले बच्चों के बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स पढ़ने यहीं क्यों आते हैं, रोटियां यहां पर कभी गिन के क्यों नहीं बनती, क्यों होली खेलने पूरा मोहल्ला यहीं पर जुटता है, क्यों दिवाली का पहला पटाखा यहीं से छूटता है, क्यों क्रिकेट में हारते हारते यहां इंडिया जीत जाता है, कैसे एक घर सबकी जिंदगी में रंग लाता है, हर घर चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है, एशियन पेंट्स.
So the entire thing started building very, very strongly, as we saw, in terms of the whole emotional connect building up. And I think the reach was really multiplied in terms of the way we use TV across. And I think this was almost language neutral in terms of how it kind of reached and started kind of really affecting the people. And we took this journey forward and then looked at in terms of saying that another time went by when we started building with lots of things. We were flooded with stories across from households in terms of how their home has an identity of their personality in a very, very strong way. And we started kind of really seeing these stories. And this is one of the story which actually came out from one of the recipients who kind of spoke of that this is what really happened. And this is what we translated it to. So enjoy this ad.
तो ये है कैप्टन राठौर का घर, बहुत सुंदर है,
बस थोड़ा ट्राई किया,
देख के ही लगता है किसी आर्मी वाले का घर है, हर चीज अपनी जगह, परफेक्ट, बिल्कुल तुम्हारी मूंछों की तरह। और ये कुशन्स को देखो, ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे मार्च पास्ट कर रहा है। ये तो मेरे घर जैसा है।
ताकि तुम्हें ऐसा ना लगे कि तुम अपना घर छोड़ के आई हो।
कितने प्यार से अपनों के लिए कोई घर सजाता है, एशियन पेंट्स, हर घर कुछ कहता है।
So I think this really completed the whole area of Har Ghar, and I think the emotional connect was very, very strong. And what we saw was that it kind of really made Asian Paints as a household name. The whole area of mind share was so big that we saw that almost 8 out of 10 people who were visiting any shop had first recall of Asian Paints coming in very, very strongly. And I think this was something which was very strong in terms of how the brand was built. And when we looked at, just an extension of it last year, we looked at really building it further. And, the time when the pandemic had just come in, there was a lockdown completely. Asian Paints was the first one to kind of really see that how we can really help the government and the community. And we launched the whole range of sanitizers in a very, very strong way. And we said that how do we kind of really leverage this so that we can really kind of announce that you are literally, extending the home equity through the sanitizers in a very, very strong way. And thus emerged this entire property called Ghar Ka Pehredar. And that's something which what we did very strongly in terms of looking at how we could kind of communicate that we have launched sanitizers.
ये जो घर की चार दीवारी है, यहाँ मेरी भी कुछ जिम्मेदारी है। जिम्मेदारी है यहाँ रहने वाले परिवार की, यहाँ आने वाले हर दोस्त, हर रिश्तेदार की। घर के कोने कोने पर मेरी नजर है, तभी तो यहाँ किसी को ना कोई चिंता, ना कोई डर है। इस घर की खुशियों का मैं भी जिम्मेदार हूँ। हाँ, मैं इस घर का पहरेदार हूँ।
Viro Protect sanitizers from Asian Paints.
मैं इस घर का पहरेदार हूँ।
So this was also amazing, and this just kind of sets a tone for all of you to just understand that how emotional advertising works. And I think when you kind of use TV as a media, it just multiplies the whole effectiveness in a very, very strong way. So I think that was the game changer one, really, in terms of how we used going forward. The second game changer, which I would kind of really talk about, is the impact properties in terms of how they can be a very, very strong zone in terms of really giving you effectiveness. And I think this is something which we have kind of built into our strategy in a very strong manner, where we keep on looking at impact properties. Okay, they might come at higher CPRPs, but I think what you get is a huge amount of effectiveness, which is almost 3 times regular compared to the other GRPs in terms of what you would kind of get. So therefore, I think that becomes a very, very strong zone in terms of how you would work. So whether it is national or it is the Hindi speaking markets, or even it is in terms of regional, I think this is something which works across in a very, very strong manner. And that is something which we have used in a big way over a period of time. The third game changer, which is very important, is that, the whole area of building brands. I think it is very, very strong, because today, I think the whole diversity with respect to what you get in terms of reaching your target, groups is very, very strong. So whether it is a far more younger audience which you are looking at, or there is a certain customer classification in terms of what you want to reach out, if you look at across media, obviously, I think TV is something which gives you the max kind of effectiveness and reach in a very, very strong manner. And this is something which I think has been true over a period of time, and it still stays very strongly. Obviously, I think, there is part of the mix which you kind of really evolve if you want to kind of concentrate on a certain segment or a certain younger generation in terms of what you want to do. But today, actually, I think very clearly, the diversity which you get in terms of reaching various kinds of target audiences is something which is really supreme in terms of what you keep on getting through this. So the other thing how we use this whole kind of learning was that we use this in terms of building our brand. So whether it was a premium brand, we have a waterproofing brand called Smart Care, and how we built it. So whether it was a CTA, which is a call to action kind of advert, which we kind of used, which the TV really helped us maximize the reach. It was almost like a 75% plus reach at 1+ kind of a zone. We got terrific results: 1 lakh missed calls every year, 200% increase in search volumes, and a 70% plus cut through. I think it was amazing that you could kind of do something which is premium and it gave you such results. And at the same time, we did something which was diametrically opposite in terms of a tractor brand, which is a value emulsion, which draws an unorganized customer into the organized kind of market, where also I think the results were stupendous in terms of building the brand through both urban and rural India in terms of a 80% plus reach at 1+ kind of a zone. So I think what we saw in there also was that, in terms of total awareness, the second most recalled AP brand, again, a 75% plus creative recall, and really it established the imagery of being something which is affordable and durable to that extent, which really served the purpose in terms of the preposition which we wanted to really take to the customer. So I think this is something which we are finding that today you can use it for any kind of customer segmentation far more strongly, and it has got this really universality which kind of comes in with the kind of diversity it kind of offers overall. The game changer 4 is about rural, as being very, very critical. And I think we all saw in 2020 that how T3, T4 cities were doing far better. And really, you know, what we call as the urban, I think was something which was the call of the day, where we saw that there were a lot of customers who were still buying into thing because, it was largely unaffected as compared to the metros and T1 cities. And TV really helped us to deliver in rural markets. So whether it was FTAs, GECs, movies, news and support, all critical genres. We use regional channel boosters and cable channels also to kind of maximize the whole reach across. And we found that, by doing all this, there was a very, very strong brand disposition and a higher reach across rural markets, which came in a very, very strong manner. And it really kind of gave us that kind of a penetration which was required at that point of time. And I can really say that, the rural markets, as we say, were growing at almost 3 times the rate as compared to the metros and T1s. And this really gave the fillip in terms of making this possible as we went by. The game changer 5 is about being always on. Okay. And one could question in terms of how would you kind of really see in terms of monies spread like this, but this is something which we have experienced that is something which has been giving very, very strong results. So you need to maximize weeks on air, and it kind of gives you a very, very strong brand saliency. And that is something which we have used. And it's almost like that you kind of launch something, and to maintain saliency, you have got at least 50 weeks on air. And this really is what bringing the top of mind awareness and brings the whole credibility and trust for key categories. And, we just heard Sam saying also this, that in any key brand building effort, it is not like a on-off switch that you just put in something on the air, then you kind of are absent for 2-3 weeks, then you again come back, do something there and kind of go off. It can't be like that. So I think what we've learned the lesson very well is that today, I think sometimes situations will come, but that should not deter you, because I think it pays long dividends for being, salient over a period of time, and it can't be used as an on-off switch in terms of going just like this. So I think that is something which is a big learning, which we have taken over a period of time, which always helped us in terms of building the brand on the TV. The game changer 6, which has been very strong, is to partner with TV channels and create content. And, really this integration connects better with the viewers, because, people are glued to their favorite impact properties. And if you are able to integrate the brand there and, look at content which makes sense, I think that is something which really works. So I wanted to just show you some examples in terms of the work which we did here. This is an exterior brand in terms of what we tied up with India News and see
लैमिनेशन वाला अल्टीमा प्रोटेक्ट आपके घर को देता है प्रोटेक्शन धूप, बारिश और धूल से, बिल्कुल उसी तरह जैसे झूठ और अफवाहों से आपको बचाता है और खबरों की सच्चाई को प्रोटेक्ट करता है। आपका फेवरेट शो आज की बात रजत शर्मा के साथ सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे। Presented by Asian Paints Lamination वाला Ultima Protect, बारिश धूप धूल को आने दो।
So that was one example. The second example, obviously tied up.
बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको एक बार फिर धनश्री, आपसे मिलकर बात करके आज गांधी जयंती के अवसर पर हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। और जाने से पहले आपको एक सूचना में देना चाह रहा हूँ। देवियों सज्जनों, इस हफ्ते जितने भी खिलाड़ी हॉट सीट पर आए हैं, उन्होंने अपने जीवन में उपलब्धि का एक और रंग भर दिया है। अब बारी है उनके घर को रंगों से भरने की, और ये जिम्मेदारी उठाई है एशियन पेंट्स ने। अपने रॉयल हेल्थ शील्ड एंटी बैक्टीरियल पेंट से इन सभी खिलाड़ियों के घरों को प्रोटेक्शन के साथ नए रंगों का उपहार देने का फैसला किया है। तो बहुत बहुत बधाई, आपके घर को जो है एशियन पेंट्स की ओर से एक उपहार आपको दिया जा रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So I think this is an example in terms of what you've been kind of doing, and don't want to show you every impact work which we did in terms of creating content, but this is a very, very strong example in terms of how you really build up your brand and really use content to integrate with impact properties in a strong way. And I think this really kind of really energizes the whole brand building in a very strong manner as we kind of go ahead. When we look at the game changer 7, I think a very strong piece of advice to everyone. I think we need to very, very strongly concentrate on creatives, and creatives really play a very, very important role. So whether it is a creative which is for the Northwest market, or it is for any of the regional markets, what we felt is that even for regional markets, the dubbing really doesn't help in terms of a creative. I think if you keep it local and you keep it simple, I think it really kind of really helps you in terms of in a very strong manner. And obviously, I think the average duration, I think, is a very, very important part in terms of getting a certain frequency in terms of what you can really air the ad in a big way. So I think just quick examples in terms of how local and how regional you can get, and how the cut through really works very strongly.
Paint பிரமாதமா இருக்கே. அது பெயிண்ட் இல்லப்பா, லேமினேஷன். ஒரு வாட்டி அடிச்சா 10 வருஷத்துக்கு லேமினேஷன். Asian Paints Ultima Protect. வீட்டுக்கே லேமினேஷன்.
Another one there.
ఏంటి కర్నూల్ సార్? ఏదో మండిపోతుందా? లామినేషన్ ఇంటికి మాత్రమే. నీకు కాదు. Asian Paints Ultima Protect. ఇంటికే లామినేషన్.
So I think this is something which is very strong, and I think a lot of us who kind of keep on building brands in the regional market should keep in this mind that the whole area of keeping it local really works, and if you make it simple, I think that's something which really gets you a very good impact and a mind measure. The last game changer which I want to speak is the one where we use how we kind of really looked at connecting with the youth very, very strongly. And today, youth is becoming a very, very strong part of our target audience. And how we looked at when we moved away from our brand ambassador, who was Saif, and moved to a much youthful positioning through Born to Decorate kind of a zone, where this is the time when we really kind of made the possibility of decorating your homes with textures which were far more vibrant, far more playful. And therefore we said that how do we kind of really start reaching to the younger audiences far more stronger? And this is how we kind of really use the media in terms of TV, in terms of very strongly to kind of build this. Enjoy this, Edward.
Asian Paints Royal Play, Born to Decorate.
So I think, massive spike we got in terms of people just querying in terms of what is Royal Play. And, we became almost most searched brand amongst the target audience at that point of time. And I think this game changer really worked very, very strongly in terms of what we were able to achieve. So I think in summary, I think the most important part I would say is that, these are some basic simple areas which we have learned over a period of time, that using TV, which is so effective and so trusted, that we are able to kind of really multiply the impact, look at really causing and building your brands in a very, very strong way. And it is something which is such a strong medium that we feel that it will always be there. Obviously, I think now today when we look at is that it's not that you don't kind of mix and really use a multitude of media. So it could be, like the digital, which is coming up in a big way, and you use sometimes print in terms of looking at generating more CTAs if you have a CTA-led kind of advert, which kind of really happens. But at the same time, I think today TV kind of still reigns supreme, as I said earlier, and it is finally the most effective and the most trusted to that extent. So I think that's it. I wanted to share this stuff with you, and I think this is something which has been a bit of a learning from our side, and I thought it would be good to kind of share it with you in this forum.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal, for joining us, and definitely for being our jury chair. It really means a lot to us. Thank you for that. Mr. Singhal, I have a couple of questions coming in from the audience. Would it be okay if I can take it with you live?
Sure.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Singhal, you mentioned that rural grew at a faster rate than urban. Which markets do you see driving growth in 2021?
So what I see is that obviously, again, the way we have started, it has been very, very unexpected, unfortunately. And I see is when I see even Q1 this year, I see very clearly that the rural markets would kind of really be very, very strong. One, we have the harvest, which is coming for a good agricultural output, which has happened. And secondly, what we see is that even in today's regime, the rural markets are lesser affected and so on and so forth. So I think the demand areas are very, very strong. But I think as we kind of really see this phase turnover, I would say that possibly there is a bit of a pent-up demand which is there in metros and T1, T2 cities as well. I think the urban markets would also strongly come back as we near more the festivities of Q2 and so on and so forth to that extent. So I would principally say that the first half could be dominated by the rural markets, but second half we would kind of say a very strong participation from the urban markets coming in very strongly.
Sure. Mr. Singhal, as a marketer, should we continue advertising in tough times to build brand awareness, or be in top, and be top of mind, or should we look at conserving cash now? Your views on that?
Okay, I am very, very clear and very strong on this, and I concur with Sam in a very big way in terms of what he said earlier. I strongly feel that marketing and advertising is not like an on and off switch. You can't really just switch it off when you feel that the environment is really kind of working against you, and see that, we could kind of come back when the environment is conducive. Because what I feel is that the brand building is more medium to long term to that extent. And if you kind of really take off your monies at a certain point of time, you will impact your brand, because in today's world, the way competition is there, if you lose your positioning, and if you lose your connect with your loyal consumers, you will find it very difficult, and you might spend 3 times the money to really get back those consumers in a very strong way. So I'm a big proponent of the fact that you should not kind of really withdraw for your marketing mix to that extent, and keep on kind of nurturing your loyal consumers, even if the situation is not looking great.
Sure. And Mr. Singhal, towards the end, what's, with such a rich experience you have, what's that advice to the advertisers currently? Your few takes on that whilst we conclude your session.
So I would say that I think the golden rules are that, we need to kind of really keep our, marketing mix simple, use very, very strong, creatives, which possibly really touch the consumer in a very strong way. Go emotional wherever you could kind of really go in terms of touching people, because that is something where the residual value of the brand really kind of builds up in a very, very strong manner. And I would just say that be wise and be very, very creative in terms of how you use your monies, because today in terms of reaching out the audience is not very simple. You need to be creative, and you need to be really applying a good thought in terms of how you want to maximize reach to your target audience.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal. Every word you spoke definitely, creates a huge wave because a lot of people would be looking for your guidance right now. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, sir. Thank you so much. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the eventful end of an eventful day. On behalf of Exchange for Media, we'd really like to thank our TV partners, speakers, and our audience who've contributed to making this event a great success. Now it is time to move on to announcing, as you would have seen, the winners of the e4m Primetime Awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time. Good evening and welcome to the 7th edition of the Exchange for Media Primetime Awards. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I shall be your host tonight. Well, television has influenced the world of advertising heavily, and although other media are competing, TV remains a viable and effective medium given the reach it provides. No wonder it remains to reign over the hearts of the consumers and advertisers alike. Well, the Primetime Awards is one of the leading platforms to crown the absolute standard of creative excellence for television commercials by celebrating the effectiveness of an advertising or a marketing campaign. Well, the 7th edition of the Primetime Awards celebrates creative ideas beautifully imagined and brilliantly executed by brand agencies and broadcasters. As we all know, we are facing a global pandemic due to which this event had to go online. But what's better than this? Being a part of an event without getting out of your homes. So that's one thing we can look at it as a positive. So I'd request you all to please take screenshots with us rather than the group photographs and other audience members and post it on Twitter with the hashtag Primetime Awards. But before we move ahead, we'd like to thank our co-partner, Aaj Tak Sabse Tez. Let's have a look at our partner AV.
पश्चिम बंगाल के चुनावों में अब तक जो कभी नहीं हुआ वो सब कुछ हो रहा है कि ममता बनर्जी बनाम बीजेपी किसमें दिखता है उन्हें दम कौन पड़ेगा किस पर भारी किस पार्टी के दावे में कितना है दम राजनीतिक वर्चस्व स्थापित करने की होड़ सी मची हुई है नंदीग्राम में इन सभाओं का
2 मई 4 राज्यों और 1 केंद्र शासित प्रदेश के सबसे तेज और सबसे सटीक चुनावी नतीजों के लिए देखिए राज तिलक सुबह 6 बजे से लगातार सिर्फ आज तक पर।
So, well, thank you so much to Aaj Tak Sabse Tez for being our co-partner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm going to be inviting and welcoming Dr. Arup, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, to say a few words. Over to you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Primetime Awards. These are India's #1 television advertising awards, and they've been judged by a jury that understands television advertising, understands how businesses and brands are built using television as the medium. Television in the last 13 months of Corona has continued to stay the dominant medium. We have become screenagers because we are glued to various screens. We alternate between various screens. But when we are at home, our biggest screen is the TV screen, whether we're watching news or we're watching entertainment, while digital devices and OTTs have in some way taken some time, attention, and audiences. Television has continued to be the mainstay. So really, the Primetime Awards and the TV First conference that happened in the day are an endeavor to celebrate the best practices in the TV advertising domain. The awards have been decided through a jury that is very high powered, that understands TV advertising. You will see the jury AV and you will see that our jury chair and the jury member have done a very involved process of selecting the entries. I wish you luck. We are doing this virtually this year. I hope all of you stay safe in your homes. I know it's very tough for all of us. There is a somber mood, but we got to do what we got to do, and also at the same time contribute in helping others and staying safe, staying indoors. So I wish you luck. Stay safe, stay healthy, and continue to build businesses and brands that you are doing. Congratulations to all the shortlisted entries, and also congratulations, very importantly, to the winners. Thank you so much. God bless you. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to keep tweeting #PrimetimeAwards. Now, that's the hashtag that should get trending today. #PrimetimeAwards, one word, do keep tweeting. Well, moving forward, Primetime Awards 2020 jury was chaired by none other than Amit Singhal, MD and CEO, Asian Paints. Mr. Singhal has been with Asian Paints for the last 30 years. He's somebody who's been closely associated with color and is also called the game changer for bringing color into the AP strategy. He's also the member of the Color Marketing Group, CMG USA, and a keen member of the AP Color Next Trends Group. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal, for joining us. With this, I'd really request you to please join us live. We'd really love to hear from our jury chair. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks again, Bhavna. And, it's been a real privilege to be the jury chair for the Primetime Awards, which are the TV advertising awards by Exchange for Media. This was, as you heard, the 7th edition of the awards, and it was quite impressive that we had more than 250 entries, even in these unprecedented times. So I think that's been really great. As part of the process, I think it was really exhilarating to go through the entries under the various kind of categories. And, as Anurag said, that we had a very esteemed and prestigious jury which joined us in terms of looking at really gauging the content and looking at in terms of what was the nuance in terms of the overall, communication and how are the outputs looking. So I think the jury came in from all parts of the industry, so the representation was extremely good. We found that overall the quality of the entries were quite good. I thought that the work was pretty exciting. I would have really liked that, possibly the presentation of some of the stuff could have been much better to that extent, but I'm sure that is something which you will take into cognizance. But it was real exciting work, and the jury had some really anxious moments in terms of really deciding the winners. And at times we had to really resort to voting to really see in terms of that we could really, get the winners there, because otherwise, we were really kind of, struggling, because some of the quality of the work was so good in terms of how it kind of really came by. So my heartiest congratulations to all the shortlisted entries. And obviously, I think a big congrats to all the winners who kind of really got through this Primetime Awards. I think the entire team of Exchange for Media did an extremely good job. And I'm sure such awards will keep on motivating the industry to create advertising which really moves the brand. So congratulations once again, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal, for joining us once again live. It's great to have you as a jury chair, and you did give us what happened in the back. They always want to know who the winners are, but there's so much work which has gone in the back end. So thank you so much for being so patient with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Amit Singhal, our jury chair, the MD and CEO, Asian Paints. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, I would like to let you know that this year we received an exemplary response from the industry, brands, agencies, broadcaster, with close to 250 entries. Well, it is now time for us to know a little bit more about the Primetime Awards, and what better than to have an AV for the same. Could we have the AV, please?
Although TV has taken a secondary role in most marketing strategies due to the growing influence of digital marketing, TV providers are determined to stay competitive with their digital counterparts. To effectively reach consumers using TV ads, marketers have changed how they define and segment their audience. For television, the year 2020 saw it all, with the mood swinging from despair to confidence. Slowdown in the first quarter, collapse in the second quarter, no original content, repeat of old Doordarshan classics which busted the charts, and with the most awaited IPL in Q4. Despite all the challenges, the TV industry has still grown. Television continues to play a vital role in the way we consume news and entertainment, whether the content comes from a traditional network or via streaming service. After 6 successful years of Primetime Awards, we proudly bring to you the 7th edition of Exchange for Media Primetime Awards. Primetime Awards celebrates creative ideas beautifully imagined and brilliantly executed by brands, agencies and broadcasters.
In the multi-screen world that we live in, TV still rules the roost. No wonder then that in spite of such a challenging year last year, and the fact that large categories like automobiles and durables cut down their TV ad expenses, in spite of all of that, the TV ad industry still remains stable throughout the year. It just goes on to prove that TV still rules our living rooms and is still the primary choice for brands to connect with their audiences on a mass scale. And that's why it was my absolute pleasure to judge some amazing entries that came in for the Primetime Awards. A lot of work that I saw as a jury member, a lot of work was extremely disruptive, clutter-breaking, and the messages were extremely relevant to today's time. Kudos to all the brands that participated and huge congratulations to all the winners.
Nominations were accepted under 3 main categories: creative, media and broadcasters, further divided into 30 subcategories. This year, we accepted work done for the period of 1st September 2019 to 31st October 2020. We received close to 250 phenomenal entries, and with the help of our grand jury, we managed to pick some award-winning work. The virtual jury meet was a day-long process. Our esteemed jury spent 7 hours viewing, discussing, debating, and finally deciding our winners of Primetime Awards.
Hi, it's been my pleasure to be part of the e4m Primetime Awards jury. The year gone by has been tough for brands across sectors, and yet we saw many rich entries and engaged in meaningful debates around who deserved the award more. In fact, the awards really highlighted the significant difference that the marketing fraternity can make even amidst these pandemic times to both our organizations and our consumers' lives, with marketing that's thought through and supported by the right media. I'd like to congratulate all the winners and also thank them for coming up and sharing their good work with everybody. Thank you.
The jury was chaired by Amit Single, MD and CEO, Asian Paints. This year's esteemed panel included
It was a great experience being part of the jury. I had a wonderful panel of jury members to interact and discuss the work with. And in a year like this, a very, very tough year like this, kudos to all the brands and all the campaigns that have been put forth. Thank you, Exchange for Media, for the great opportunity, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
I think my best part of judging the entries was really the sort of partnership that we forged among all of us, right? And the fact that we were all battling for brands that we don't manage, but really the work made us also passionate, right? And I think it is a great opportunity. Thank you so much, E4M, for this opportunity of judging some really, really wonderful entries. All the best to the winners.
Hi, it was really exciting being part of the Primetime Awards jury. I really had a great time sort of going through all the communication, discussing branding, brand strategies with my fellow jury members. And in fact, that's the most stimulating and exciting part of being part of any jury for that matter. I would have personally thought the quality of entries could have been quite a bit better. But then this was a peculiar and challenging year.
It was enriching to be talking to the peers on the jury panel and learning from their points of views. So overall, I would say it was a wonderful experience. A big thanks to the e4m team for managing everything so wonderfully. It was hassle-free. There were no problems at all. Everything was very well rehearsed, and I think big kudos to you. All the best to all the people who entered, and looking forward to the awards night. Thank you.
Entries were phenomenal, and the winners really had to fight it out very hard. Close to the winners, the team did really well. The way the messaging was, the way the entire TVC was made, and the use of media was really, really excellent. So congratulations guys to all the winners, and even to people who participated and the other brands did really very well and made it really tough for us to select a good winning entry out of the whole lot of entries that we had to judge. So great work, I would say, and all the best for the next year. Looking forward to more such creative work. Thank you. Bye.
It was a great experience. As always, it's fun to be part of a peer group where I can learn what's happening in the industry and the latest and greatest in terms of creative work. The best part was to see all the entries that came this year. Very customer insight based, very first principle based, both in terms of creative storytelling and in media planning. I think a lot of solid entries that had very good storytelling across the board, and also fantastic 360-degree media plans behind them. So again, thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having me a part of this as a part of this jury. I look forward to future editions of this award, and all the best to all the teams who participated.
Fantastic. I am super excited. What a grand jury that was. I'm sure viewers and all the ones who are watching us live, I hope you're as excited as we are right now hosting these wonderful awards. Well, firstly, congratulations to everyone who's put in so much effort. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the part of the night that you've been waiting for, which are the awards. Are you ready? Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, it is time for our first main category, which is creativity, and the first subcategory being banking, financial services, and insurance. Let's have a look at who the winners are.
It was a great experience for me to judge the Primetime Awards 2020. Thank you, Exchange4Media team, for putting such a robust team of jury members to do the job. We had jury members from different brands across categories. I personally enjoyed going through all the presentations done for CSR and social welfare category, as well as the category of Best Integrated TV Campaign. All the presentations were submitted with a lot of hard work, and I appreciate your efforts behind it. Especially the campaigns that got impacted due to the pandemic and the lockdown situation, it was encouraging for me to see how you kept your spirits high, and as a result, I saw some great creative output. We as jury members had a job to select the winners, and we have done that. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the winners for the Exchange4Media Primetime Awards 2020. Good job guys, well done. Keep doing the great work. For all the participants, I wish them good luck for the year ahead. Keep doing the great work, and we'll see you again next year.
जब लाइफ में कोई डेंजरस सिचुएशन आ जाता है और आपकी आंखें बंद रहती हैं,
एक्चुअली वो ही मोमेंट में आपकी आंखें खुलती हैं
एंड यू रियलाइज व्हाटएवर
Well, Congratulations to our winners, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited for winning the bronze and Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited for winning the silver. Congratulations to the winners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next subcategory, CSR and social welfare. Could we have the winner, AB, please?
Thank you very much for this great honor. We are extremely proud of our partnership with KRBL. And this award is a testimony of the fact that by marrying brand objectives with a great social cause, one can build a sustainable leadership brand without spending a bomb. So thank you very much E4M. Thank you very much all the jury members of the Primetime Awards. Please stay safe and have a great evening.
I'm really happy to be receiving this award. KRBL Limited has been extending support to feed lakhs of people since the start of lockdown and has provided millions of meals under this campaign. At India Gate, we deeply associate ourselves with old Indian values of sharing, helping the needy and underprivileged within our society. This campaign is a big step towards bringing happiness into thousands of marginalized communities and families who were left out from any help. It is with this endeavor that we pledge our support for many more such initiatives in the future as well. Lastly, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the jury at the Primetime Awards to have recognized and reward their effort.
Well, congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Initiative Media India Private Limited for winning the bronze and gold. Congratulations to the winners on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope the excitement is up. Let's move on to the next subcategory, which is entertainment and media. Could we now have a look at the winners, please?
बिताएं पल, मिलकर लिखें एक नया कल। अब देखिए नए किस्से, नए एपिसोड
और कीजिए नए कल की सुनहरी शुरुआत 13 जुलाई।
Well, congratulations, great winners right there. Z Entertainment Enterprises for bronze, Z TV for silver, and Star India Private Limited for gold in the subcategory, which is entertainment and media. Congratulations to all our winners. And let's continue this momentum and move on to our next subcategory, FMCG, which is food, beverages, beauty. Could we have a look at the winners, please?
चुपा चुप्स ट्यूब मिनी यमी फिलिंग से भरी खट्टी मीठी सॉफ्ट कैंडी करते रहो फन बना।
Well, congratulations to our winners. Perfetti Van Melle India Private Limited for winning the bronze, and Mulan Love Alintas Group India for winning the gold. Well, congratulations to all the winners. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are tweeting #Primetime Awards. After all, we all need to celebrate this even though we are in our respective places. Let's get the momentum up. Let's keep it on. #Primetime Awards. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the next subcategory, which is on the jewelry, fashion, and lifestyle. Let's have a look at who the winners are.
किसका है पैरों पे करम तनना 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 कोई दौड़े वरना दूल्हा घोड़ी के साथ भाग जाएगा शादी है तैयार होकर आइए तैयारी तो अरे तुम कब चली रहा मैं नाना जी
Thank you Exchange for Media for nominating us for Taiyar Hokar Aiye campaign. Taiyar Hokar Aiye has been extremely close to our hearts. We have been in the Maldives journey for the past 15 years. After getting the groom's family, the groom's friends, it was now the time for the entire Bharat, the entire guest list to be a part of the Maldives wardrobe. Hence the campaign Taiyar Hokar Aiye. It has fared very, very well across wedding and every other occasion also. Thank you once again for nominating us, and I really, really, really look forward to see all the Indian weddings being full of Maldives. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations to our winners, Shreyansh Innovations Private Limited for winning the silver and gold in the subcategory jewelry, fashion, and lifestyle. Kudos to you and your team, and congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to our next subcategory, telecom. Let's have a look at who the winner is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Gilby for winning on the silver in this subcategory, telecom. And now it is time at the #Primetime Awards. It is time to move on to our next subcategory, the best television advertisement. Now, this award is handpicked by the grand jury from all the subcategories under creativity. One TV ad campaign, which was the most impressive, takes home this award. Let's quickly take a look at who the winners are. Could we have the winner, Evie, please?
(2020) was a unique year, and the Vivo IPL was no exception. With the marketing effort last year, we saw an opportunity to potentially reset the mood of the nation. And at Star Sports, we feel very humbled and privileged to have been part of an endeavor which brought happiness and cheer to Indians in such tough times. Our campaign Ek Saath Wali Baat aims to salute the undying spirit of India, and it's a message that we believe remains very, very relevant even in today's times. Our most sincere and heartfelt thanks to everyone at e4m for recognizing our efforts.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. The award goes to Star India Private Limited, and they get the gold award. Congratulations, Team Star, on this big win. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is all happening right now at the Primetime Awards. All you got to do is keep hashtagging #Primetime Awards. And let's move on to our second main category, which is media. And the first subcategory under media is Best Integrated TV Campaign. Let's have a look at who the winners are.
As a jury, there were three things that we evaluated, the three things that we judged as a part of this entire process, and three things that I personally believe that a brand should try to achieve. The first being that brands should always have a strong purpose or a reason for their existence. The second thing is that the brands should always try to make a difference to the society. They should try and address some of the cultural issues and take a stance to bring a positive change in the society. And the third and the most important thing is the fact that brands should try to have an emotional connect with their target audiences or inspire their target audiences to perform better. So if your brand has ticked one or all the three boxes, that is either demonstrated a strong purpose, made a difference to the society, or inspired your target audience, you would have chosen as the winner as a part of this award ceremony.
And Mintra Studio.
Let's go search. This is fact. Mintra Studio la nare influencers irukanga.
Instinctive choice of media. The content we had were best communicated in the form of audio visuals to amplify our campaign and to take it to a larger audience.
We are super delighted and honored to be receiving this award. I would like to thank all the jury members and the team at Primetime for recognizing our work and our efforts. 3 cheers to my entire team at Madison and Tata team for all the brainstorming that we did in those 3 months of KBC, for all that association that we've been able to build with Tata Salt and a seamless integration with Iodine and the Intelligent Expert, including World Iodine Deficiency Day, help us bring this alive. Thanks to Sony to be a true and strong partner as well with us, to make this and to make this come alive. Once again, special thanks to the team at Tata, calling out to Richa, Ravi, Taran and Anita. Thank you for believing in us and encouraging us in all the work that we do.
अपनों का कल इंश्योर करने के साथ उन्हें बाउंस बैक करने के काम।
On behalf of Perfetti and Mel, I am really pleased to receive this award for the campaign that we've done on Alpenlibe Just Jelly, winning over the Great Indian Family. Over the years, the campaigns that we've done in Perfetti, the attempt is to always play a meaningful role in the life of the consumer. In this campaign too, we have positioned our brand as the centerpiece of the family fun moments, making their lives more exciting, more irresistible, as the brand says. Special thanks to McCann, our creative agency partner, for pulling this for us. In the last 3-4 years, we have seen some amazing results on the brand due to this campaign, and hence we have now decided to take it a step further, building upon what we have done so far. So thank you once again, the jury members, for selecting us for this award, and congratulations to all the winners and the participants.
Congratulations to all the wonderful winners. Firstly, we've got Brave New World getting the bronze, Initiative Media India getting the bronze, Mindshare India Private Limited getting silver, Star India Private Limited getting silver, Madison Media Communications Private Limited getting gold, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited getting gold, and then we had somebody from Perfetti Van Melle India, so which is the McCann World Group, gold award right there. So wow, those were quite a lot of winners, and a huge congratulations to all of them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, keep hashtagging hashtag Primetime Awards. I hope you all are enjoying viewing this live. It is now time to move on to the next subcategory, which is the best launch/relaunch strategy for a product or service. Let's have a look at the winners.
से बनी अल्पेनलीबे जस्ट जेली, फैमिली में मस्ती चली।
अरे ये जस्ट जेली कहाँ गई?
शेमफुल।
Tata Tea Premium Desh Ki Chai has not only disrupted the category codes, but also redefined the FMCG space with its truly hyper-local approach, where perhaps for the first time a national brand has gone truly hyper-local in its entire marketing mix, right from its customized state-wise packs to communication to a hyper-local medium approach. We are really very proud of this effort, and we are really thankful to the jury for recognizing all the hard work that has gone in by our brand team, by our agency partners, and really, really honored to have this award bestowed upon us. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the entire team, I would graciously accept this award. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to all the winners. It is so great to hear all our winners live. I'd really like to thank and congratulate firstly McCann World Group. They got the silver in this category, and Star India Private Limited got the gold, and Love Lintas Group India got the gold in the category Best Launch/Relaunch Strategy for a Product/Service. So congratulations to all the winners. I hope it's all going great at the hashtag Primetime Awards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the next subcategory, which is Best Integration of Brand and Movie. Are you excited to have a look at the winners? Let's do the same right now. Well, we've got the winner. It is Madison Media Communication Private Limited, and they've got the bronze in this category. Congratulations to the entire team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to our next subcategory, which is Best Integration of Digital Content with the TV. And the winners are
destinations for fashion and adding millions more to the Myntra fan base. The journey began with research, honing in on Myntra's USPs.
diverse approach was used. Popular faces of television were designated for relatability and local connect. In this influencer,
the relevance of this category is immense in an award which is predominantly led by television. So thank you Primetime Awards for taking this lovely initiative. The digital video platforms are surely becoming an extension of our TV screens. There are a lot of brands now who are treating YouTube and other OTT platforms as a channel and chasing objective which is similar to television. So hopefully the distinction will phase out in times to come and it will emerge as one single medium. The team at Mindshare working on Badgariki has been working consistently on seamless and platform agnostic content creation, and it has delivered fantastic result for us. So thank you Primetime Awards once again from entire team Ultratech for acknowledging our efforts. Cheers.
Well, so many winners. Congratulations. First up, Brave A New World for getting the bronze. Perfetti Van Melle India Private Limited for getting the bronze. Madison Media Communication Private Limited for getting the silver. And Mindshare India Private Limited for getting the gold. Congratulations to all the winners. Well, don't forget to keep tweeting with our hashtag Primetime Awards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're as excited to know who the winners are. Coming up next is the next subcategory under media is the best use of entertainment channel. Let's find out who the winners are. And there you go. We've got the winners in this category. Congratulations, Madison Media Communication Private Limited for getting the bronze and Initiative Media India Private Limited for getting the bronze. Well, kudos to all the winners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. Let's move on to the next subcategory, which is the best use of influencers/celebrities. Could we have a look at the winners, please?
सर, आज आपने इतने सारे कैरेक्टर्स इतने सारे मूवीज में किए, सबसे इंस्पायरिंग कैरेक्टर कौन सा था?
Thank you so much to the Exchange for Media team. Thank you so much to the jury for bestowing us with this honor. At Times Network, we believe that every brand has a purpose and a reason to exist, and this reason is just not accumulating audiences. We are happy that some of our efforts, such as this one, are being recognized on a platform such as this. I am very, very proud of our teams in this extremely tough year, where most of us have been in-house. The editorial team specifically have gone out there day after day and got you the news and the right views, for you to act upon. I'm sure that we'll continue to do the hard work this year as well. I would particularly like to congratulate my marketing team, because they have done a fantastic job, not only with this campaign but a whole host of other campaigns that they've brought in this year, completely working from home. So it's been a tough year. I hope everybody has some delight with such exciting recognitions like tonight.
Well, congratulations to our winners. Firstly, Madison Media Communication Private Limited for bagging 3 bronze in this category, 1 silver. Congratulations to Madison Media Communication Private Limited, and congratulations to Times Network for getting the gold in this category. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next subcategory is the best use of news channel. Let's have a look at who the winners are. Well, congratulations to all the winners in this category. First up, Madison Media Communication Private Limited for bagging 2 bronze in this category. Initiative Media India Private Limited for getting a silver. Times Now getting a silver, and ABP Ananda for getting the silver in this subcategory. Congratulations to all the teams for doing all the great work. You totally and truly deserve this. Remember, it's all happening at the hashtag Primetime Awards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, keeping the momentum and energy high, let's move on to the next subcategory, which is the best use of regional entertainment channel. Let's have a look at who the winners are.
সবার পোডিয়ামে প্রশ্ন আসবে, 6টি ক্লু আসবে, প্রতিটা ক্লুতে উত্তর পাল্টানো যাবে। চিরকুটে লিখে উত্তর দেওয়ার দরকার নেই, মুখে 1 থেকে 6টি ক্লুতে সবাই উত্তর দেবেন।
Regional markets, a diverse approach was used. Popular faces of television were designated for relatability and local connect. In this influencer,
Baat Ghar Ki by Ultratech is an initiative which aims to form a community within home builders and also prospective home builders. But however, as an advertiser, the use of vernaculars is extremely essential to drive such effective participative communication. Use of regional GECs for branded content is kind of key for any brand that wishes to operate in this space. During the course of this campaign, we leveraged a lot of regional heartthrobs and used them as brand ambassador. which kind of facilitated credibility, participation, and also enabled us to break the clutter. So yes, this award, and especially for this category, is very, very sweet and very special. And Primetime Awards, thank you so much for giving us this platform.
Well, congratulations to all the winners. Madison Media Communication Private Limited gets a bronze and silver in this subcategory. Lodestar gets a bronze in this category, and Mindshare India Private Limited gets the gold in this category. Well, congratulations to all the winners. It is all happening at the hashtag Primetime Awards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the next subcategory, the best branded content on TV. Let's have a look at who the winners are.
आप ज्यादा शेकिंग मत बगा रही है, ये देखो पगली। और एशियन पेंट ट्रैक्टर इमल्शन शाइन की यही है खास बात, शाइन जो सिर्फ दिखे महंगा। सच्ची? हाँ।
हम करेंगे मौजा ही मौजा। सुपर है मौज रूम।
Well, congratulations to all the winners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Madison Media Communication Private Limited gets a bronze and a gold in this subcategory. ShareChat gets a silver, and Mindshare India Private Limited gets the gold. So congratulations to all the winners in the subcategory Best Branded Content on TV. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope it's going great for all of you as we're moving on to the third main category, which is broadcaster. Don't forget to keep tweeting hashtag Primetime Awards, and let's delve into our first subcategory here, which is the best launch/relaunch of a program or channel. Let's find out who the winners are.
It's always a great pleasure to be part of the e4m Primetime Awards. Not only do you get to meet your peers and mentors, but also get access to the great work done by brands. This year specifically, we saw a lot of innovative media strategies, content planning, and also a good use of social media and overall media mix across categories and brands. Big congratulations to all the winners and to the participants who were part of the nomination list. Thank you again, and wish you guys all the very best.
Metro, which ferries around 10 lakh commuters every day, became a medium to promote the show. Specially crafted handles placed.
Wow, that's great to see so many winners. Well, I'd like to congratulate firstly Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited for getting the bronze, Viacom 18 Media Private Limited for getting the silver, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited for getting the silver as well, and Star India Private Limited for getting the gold in this subcategory. Congratulations to all the winners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the hashtag Primetime Awards, let's move on to our next subcategory, which is Best Program, Promotion Strategy, Single Medium, digital/print/radio/on-ground/outdoor. Well, let's get straight to finding out who the winners are.
Hence, we launched CGPC Live, an all-new online avatar of CGPC. CGPC Live.
Well, congratulations to both the winners. Firstly, Viacom 18 Media Private Limited for getting the bronze, and Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited for getting the bronze. Well, congratulations to both the winners. Let the virtual applause keep happening. Let's share our love and support to everyone today. Well, let's move on to the next second subcategory, which is the Best Program, Promotion Strategy, Integrated Marketing Strategy. Use of 2 or more mediums. Let's check out who the winners are.
All right, boys, it's Sunday Night Football. कार्यक्रम शुरू. हेलो, फैजान किधर है?
Good night, bro. Call करना?
Mumbai Metro, which ferries around 10 lakh commuters every day, became our medium to promote the show. Specially crafted handles.
Well, congratulations to all the winners. Star India Private Limited for getting the bronze, Viacom 18 Media Private Limited for getting the bronze, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited for getting the bronze. Then we had CNBC TV 18 getting the silver, and Star India Private Limited getting the gold. Congratulations to all the winners. You've done some great work. Thank you for this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to our last subcategory under broadcasters, which is public service. Let's have a look at who the winners are. Well, congratulations to both our winners, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited for getting bronze as well as silver in this subcategory. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last set of awards. Guys, it is time to move towards the biggest honor of tonight, Excellence Awards. The winners of the Excellence category are decided based on maximum medals won, and today, number of points and the total number of points scored in all the categories, wherein the gold winner gets 10 points, silver winner gets 7 points, and bronze winner gets 5 points. Well, let's take a look at our first Excellence Award winner. I hope you all are as excited as I am, brimming with energy on this screen as we move on to the Advertiser of the Year. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for that grand finale. Let's find out who is the Advertiser of the Year 2020. Any guesses? Well, type it in the comments below as we see which advertiser bags this one. And the winner is... Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to our winner. Advertiser of the Year 2020 goes to Ultratech Cement Limited. Congratulations, team. Ultratech Cement Limited. We are absolutely honored to present this award to you. May I now please invite on the screen, as you can see, Mr. Ajay Dang, Joint Executive President, Head Marketing, Ultratech Cement, to say a few words. Congratulations, Ajay, on this absolute pleasure having you on the screen right now. We'd love to hear from you.
Thanks, Bhavna, and hi, Sam.
Hi, Ajay. Congratulations.
Many thanks, Sam. Yeah. So I just have, I think, few words to say. I think this past year has been really unprecedented. But what they say is that the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. And on behalf of the entire, I think, Ultratech marketing team, both within the company as well as our media partners, Mindshare, my sincere thanks to the e4m group and the most illustrious jury of Primetime Awards 2020. It's an absolute honor to be recognized as the Advertiser of the Year among an esteemed and prestigious, all the esteemed and prestigious brands, right? For me, I think this award reaffirms us to stay steadfast in pursuit of what an advertising great Bill Bernbach had said, be in the pursuit of the unchanging man or woman on one side and yet be agile to the changing media environment. The results are both here and evident for us in the markets, also the stock market. So this award will only help us encourage to redouble our effort and progress even further. Thanks once again. And on a parting note, I'd just like to say what we use in brand Ultratech lexicon. They say award jeetne ke mauke hazar, lekin zindagi mile sirf ek baar. So please stay safe and stay healthy. And Sam, absolute honor to be getting the award in your presence. So thanks once again.
Thank you, Ajay, for that. Sam, since you're on the stage and screen, firstly, an absolute honor. Thank you for joining us live. I'm sure everyone who's viewing us live is absolutely elated and thrilled. They might just want to get off their chair and give you a standing ovation, Sam. Sam, your words.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Ajay as well. We'd love to hear that as well, since you guys had an interaction. Please, over to you, Sam.
So Ajay, hearty congratulations. For those who don't know, I know Ajay very well. He was my esteemed client at Godrej for a long time. He's a very astute marketing person.
More like my mentor.
And therefore, I'm not surprised that, at the helm of a cement company, and I would never have dreamt that a cement company would one day be the Advertiser of the Year at the Primetime Awards, because cement is, considered a dull and boring subject, and nor is it very intensely sort of advertised. But with Ajay at the helm, I'm not surprised that Ultratech is winning the Advertiser of the Year. In fact, I think over the last few years, they've done a wonderful job of building up the brand to an unassailable position. So
Thanks so much, Sam.
congrats, Ajay, again.
Thanks, Sam, so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Ajay. And I'm so sorry, Sam, I had to pull you in for this because you are so brimming with energy on the screen. So I had to get your word as well. So congratulations, Ajay, on this. And thank you, Sam, for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Bhavna.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was for the Advertiser of the Year. And it is now time to move on to the Excellence Award number 2, which is the Media Agency of the Year 2020. Let's find out who the winner is. But before that, let's take some guesses. How do we do that? Well, all you got to do is comment on the section of comments. Let us know who you feel are the winners, who could possibly be the winner. It is time for us to find that out. And are you ready? Let's do a small countdown at the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is...
We are thrilled to win the Media Agency of the Year at the Primetime Awards for, I think, the third time in 4 years. What's particularly delightful is the total width of awards that we've won across a number of clients. So it's absolutely wonderful to be right on top on the TV game.
Well, congratulations to Madison Media Communications Private Limited for this spectacular win. We wish the best and are very delighted to present you with this award. And I cannot help but invite the very brimming, the very dynamic Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, who everybody in this field looks forward to meeting and interacting one fine day. Mr. Balsara, ecstatic win.
Thank you, Bhavna. I'm indeed delighted. I think I'm particularly delighted for two reasons. I think Lara tells me that this is the fourth time in Primetime's short award presentation that Madison Media is winning this award. So I'd like to especially thank all the very smart, intelligent, young, clever Madisonites who have put together over the years some outstanding innovations, some sharp strategies to get us to this position. The second reason why I'm particularly delighted is that we are winning the Media Agency of the Year for television. I think I have no doubt that since the time of Asian Games, when color television first made its sort of big entry into India, and then soon thereafter, television medium has become the darling of large and not so large advertisers. And it has consistently grown over the years till last year in 2020, according to the Pitch Madison report, it had an outstanding share of as high as 40%. So I'm particularly delighted that in a medium that is so important to India's advertisers, Madison Media has been chosen to be the Media Agency of the Year 4 times. So thank you very much, Naval and Anurag, for this honor. Thank you, jury, indeed for this wonderful honor. And we are all delighted a lockdown notwithstanding, unfortunately, I can't celebrate with my usual glass of whiskey with all of you at either ITC or wherever else. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Balsara, for that an ecstatic win, and congratulations to all your teammates for this wonderful win, because it is all about the team effort led by you so wonderfully. Thank you once again, and we'll see you hopefully soon with that glass of whiskey to celebrate, hopefully when things get better. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an ecstatic win, and congratulations to all the winners. Grand salute right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. You've been an amazing audience, and it's been an absolute honor hosting all of you today. And I'd really like to kudos the Exchange for Media team for pulling this off so wonderfully. I wish you all a good health for everyone. Stay safe. See you all next year. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off on behalf of Exchange for Media. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. God bless.
Bye.